to please rise as we take a moment of silence in honor of remembrance of Her Majesty Queen Sirikit, the beloved Queen Mother of Thailand. You may now take your seats. Good morning, everyone. Okay, guys. Let's build on each other's energy here, okay? Let's do this again. Good morning, everyone. Much better. Okay, my hands are cold. It's actually numb right now. I'm a little too cold. Anyway, welcome to Aris. Hi, my name is Tina Ryan, and I have been doing this the last 6 years. For those of you who are familiar, I see a lot of familiar faces. Hi, my focal point is right there. Okay, anyone? Welcome to the 2025 Property Guru Asia Real Estate Summit. I am your presenter. Once again, my name is Tina Ryan. It is so lovely to see all of you here in Bangkok. Give me 1 second. I really can't feel my hands. Okay. Again, welcome to Thailand for the 11th edition of the Property Guru Annual Thought Leadership Event, the Property Guru Asia Real Estate Summit, or as we simply call it, ARIS. Now, one of the main events of the Property Guru Week. Now, this is organized by the Property Guru Group, Southeast Asia's leading prop tech company. It is an absolute pleasure to be back here with all of you because today we will tackle trusted marketplaces, thriving communities. I trust that all of you will pay attention to our expert panel sessions throughout the day. Now, as we always here at ARIS 2025, we promise to deliver dynamic conversations, thought-provoking insights. We'll also hear from industry experts and thought leaders as we explore ideas on how to future-proof our cities and communities. It is also a chance to connect with the real estate ecosystem, from developers to real estate agents to investors, property seekers, and other real estate professionals, along with innovators, visionaries who are all here today. Now, our goal here is to drive meaningful conversations in the real estate sector in our communities. Are we ready? Oh my goodness, you guys had coffee, you even had popcorn. Can I do that again? Are we ready? There you go. Let's pay attention to the screen to officially open ARIS 2025. Thank you for that round of applause once again for the must-attend real estate event of the year. Now, our summit would not have been possible without our sponsors and partners, so we'd like to thank the following. Our innovation partner, Sybarit Architects, supporting partner, UN Habitat, official magazine, Property Report by Property Guru, official portal partner, Property Guru, official publicity partner, Infinity Communications. We have our official marketing partner, Stellar Marketing Group. Media partners, Bridges, DNA Design and Architecture Magazine, Detic.com, Hot Magazine, Inquirer Property, Compass.com, Copyandproperty.com, Luxury Society Asia, Manila Bulletin, Niaga Times, Penang Property Talk, Prop Tomorrow, we have REM, Square Rooms, Terra Bangkok, The Grid, the Malaysia Voice, the Philippine Star, Top 10 Asia, and Tatler Homes. Our exhibitors, we have Trueline and True 5G. Now, thank you to all our wonderful supporters and partners. Thank you also to our international media friends who are here to cover Property Guru Week. Much appreciated. Now, our theme is Trusted Marketplace, Thriving Communities. Once again, our theme is Trusted Marketplace, Thriving Communities, because we are giving away prizes later, so you better remember the theme. And we're going to find out what that means from our welcome address, which is coming up shortly. Now, what we have in store for you at ARIS, which has become an important platform for thought leaders, decision makers, real estate professionals, and property seekers, are timely discussions on how we view and shape our built environment and our communities for tomorrow. Now, this is our lives, so we should have a say about its future. Now, today at ARIS 2025, we're going to have global experts from around the region and beyond. Exciting keynote presentations, panel discussions, spotlight sessions, and a couple of special performances. So please stay glued on your seats, whether you're here in person or watching the live stream on our official YouTube and Facebook channels. Now, as tradition, we also rebuilt our meeting pods inside this conference hall, so feel free to use them to meet and speak with someone face to face. We have one on my left and one on my right. We also have, outside in our foyer 1 and 2, we have free popcorn, a 360 camera booth, and coffee and snacks. We also have exciting prizes throughout the day, so please make sure you leave your business card outside to participate. Now, of course, all our delegates will enjoy our networking lunch. So again, we need your name badges on, okay? Don't forget your name badges, because that's your access to our exclusive lunch area later on. Meet a new friend at lunch, that would be nice, okay? So we encourage everyone as well to post your thoughts, takeaways, and photos about our ARIS 2025 on social media. You can also get connected with ARIS on X, Facebook, LinkedIn, and Instagram. And please don't forget to use the hashtags Guru Summit and Inspire Innovators. Okay, repeat after me. The hashtags are Guru Summit, Inspire Innovators. Are we clear? Okay. As mentioned, we are here to talk about trusted marketplace, thriving communities. And who better tell us about it than other than the GM of Property Guru Asia Property Awards and Events. Let's all welcome Mr. Jules K.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, well, it says here, welcome to delegates, partners, friends of the industry. But actually, I can just say welcome friends mainly, because I know most of you. So thank you for being here. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, this is the 11th edition of this event, and it's a real honor to be presenting it to you and to open the event today. Your presence really reflects the full ecosystem of the real estate industry, crossing not only residential but commercial, hospitality, every angle, every corner of the industry is represented here today, which is great. And the summit is all about that. It's all about connecting people. PropertyGuru's other role is to present properties to property seekers via agents, via developers. But this is our only thought leadership event, which really expands beyond that and brings in people from all elements of the industry. So it's great that you're all here. What we're here to do is really to connect technology with design, to bring finance, connect it with sustainability, data with human experience, policy with innovation. All these things come together at Ares, and this is the 11th time we've done it, and hopefully one of the biggest so far. Now, our region, the fundamentals of Asia are still very strong. Urban populations are still expanding, cross-border investment is re-accelerating, and digital adoption is transforming how people discover, evaluate, and invest in property. And at the same time, there are more complexities facing Asia and more challenges coming into the markets every year. These forces affect everyone in this room. Whether you build, finance, design, market, regulate, or even seek a property, the influencing forces have an effect. So consumer behavior is shifting in places like Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, Vietnam, especially with younger generations now looking for value, connectivity, lifestyle alignment, digital convenience, new benchmarks when they make decisions about their life. And at the same time, we have climate risk now a real defining factor in investment, especially when you think about earthquakes. Bangkok had its first. I mean, who would have thought that would come? Rising temperatures, infrastructure, increasing the different ways that we value our real estate, the frameworks we use, the long-term planning we use. It's all changing and evolving. And here we also see a move in terms of the way people live together. Mixed use communities are becoming more important. And driving demand for integrated services, for brands, for promoting wellness, livability, affordability, and obviously green communities. So we believe that our job at PropertyGuru goes beyond listing properties that people can buy. We actually want to reduce the noise, reduce the uncertainty, and create trust amongst the people that want to find property across Asia. And everybody here is part of that same value chain, so thank you again for joining us. Now, when we make trusted decisions, those decisions improve, communities improve. So as you engage in today's content at Ares, the discussions, the panel discussions, the individual speakers, and obviously the networking outside, I would encourage you really to exchange your experiences. Talk about your challenges, talk about your successes, and learn from each other, because that's what this forum is all about. So on behalf of PropertyGuru Group, thank you for your continued trust in us as we continue to build trusted marketplaces and through them, thriving communities. Thanks again for joining us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jules. This is shaping to be another fruitful summit. Now, let's hear from our first keynote speaker to talk about The Economist's Global Outlook 2026, Navigating Changes. Please welcome the Asia Senior Analyst and Lead in ASEAN from The Economist Intelligence Unit, Kun Saitan Hunsakun.
สวัสดีค่ะ Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's really an honor and pleasure to be back here with PropertyGuru Ares again. Thank you for inviting me back, and I see some old friends here, which makes me extra happy. Today, I'm going to be sharing with you the Economist Intelligence view of what lies ahead for us in 2026. And our theme is navigating changes. So please allow me. First, I'll start with the global outlook. We'll talk about the macro themes, the things that will affect us in big trends. So there are three themes or tectonic plate shifts that are happening. One is AI, artificial intelligence. As you know, all the big tech companies are investing very heavily in this area, and it's going to be transformative in how we work and live and how countries interact with each other. There will be winners and losers from this AI race. And this leads me to the second point, geopolitics. So both the US and China are vying to be the number one. They want to come out on top in this AI race, among other things. And this is creating the world where there are a lot of geopolitical shifts, alliance changes, and it's creating uncertainty and a lot of changes that we need to navigate. Thirdly, another shift is policy, and biggest among them is trade policy. As you know, the tariff that was announced on Liberation Day in April last year has changed the way companies, businesses plan how they produce and trade among each other. So globalization is not exactly dead, but countries are finding ways to work in the new environment. The key economies are going to be growing at a weak rate in 2026. The US, China, the EU, and Japan, they're all not going to be growing faster in 2026. 2025 turns out to be quite resilient, more so than we thought, and that because of the front-loading activities when companies and businesses try to take advantage of the early part of the year to trade and to avoid the tariffs, but that unfortunately will not last. And the uncertainty has also led companies to rearrange their supply chain shifts, and this actually doesn't put efficiency or productivity at front, but it put resilience at the top. And unfortunately, this creates cost for everyone. And this uncertainty and geopolitical concerns are actually increasing cost for business around the world. So what the governments of each country are trying to do is to support the demand, to help the businesses cope. And this means a lot of fiscal stimulus, but this is creating anxiety in the bond markets around the world. So that's one of the changes that we have seen happening and will continue in 2026. The next slide is basically a world map of how fast countries will grow. So the red orange ones means that growth will be faster. And that you can find in Middle East and Africa and in parts of Asia like India. And the green is the mediocre growth, and blue and purple are the slower growth. So you can see that the regions that are less affected by the tariffs are those in the Middle East and Africa. And Asia has been able to avoid the worst brunt, but it's not really coming out on top in this regard. But Europe is not doing too well for 2026. In Latin America, Mexico has been harder hit because of a few issues with the US. So this is the backdrop for 2026 that you should be aware of. But in a way, growth across the globe are more even than in the past, that we have some very high growth and low growth, but here it's more evenly spread. In the US, we expect growth in 2025 to be quite a bit slower than last year. Last year, US growth was 2.8%. This year, we expect it to be 1.9%, and the same rate in 2026. And the interesting thing is the US growth has been really driven by AI investment. If you see the charts on, I'm sorry, the chart is not up. There we go. On the bar charts on the right, you can see that the AI, which is the blue part, is the one that contributes the most to growth. And other fixed investment, unfortunately, is actually a drag on growth. And this is actually worrying because we don't know how long this AI boom is going to last. An AI boom is really propelling the sales of chips across the world. You can see the charts again. May I have the chart, please? The semiconductor sales are really increasing at the rate that we haven't seen in recent times. And if you look at the AI data center investment, AI-related investment in the US, it's really equivalent to a few of the big moments in history, like the railway investment, as well as the technology investment of the 2000s, the IT internet boom. And we all know that those things have some life and some legs to go, but it doesn't last indefinitely. And now AI boom is accounting for about 1% of US, the investment is accounting for about 1% of US GDP in nominal terms. Talking about tariffs, the tariffs in the US, reciprocal tariffs that President Trump imposed on all countries in the world, is actually uncertain. The future is uncertain because the case is now in front of the court and it's being appealed that Trump didn't use his power. So there is not a small probability that these reciprocal tariffs can be rescinded. But this will give Trump more incentive to double down on what we call sectoral tariffs. And this is something that could be a big drag on world growth in 2026. And we've already seen that with some of the sectors like automotive sector and pharmaceuticals, which is now on pause, steels and aluminum. But forthcoming could be sectoral tariffs on semiconductors and electronics, and that will be quite damaging for Asia. The US tariffs has actually shifted a little bit of the way the US trade with other countries. So we have trade with China coming down. Imports from China is coming down quite a fair bit. But interestingly, trade with countries, other Asian countries like Vietnam and Indonesia are still doing quite well. But overall, I would say that the imports from the US from traditional places like Japan and the EU actually show weaknesses. So this is something that shows the tariffs have been hurting demand in the US, and it's going to weigh on exporters' income in other countries. Now I'm going to talk a little bit about geopolitical trends. So we have three areas that we are quite worried about. The Russia-Ukraine war has been going on for many years, and we actually see only a 51% chance that we will get some sort of a deal between Russia and Ukraine. And as you know, this has been dragging on. And even if we get a deal, it's likely to be a weak deal. What could happen also if we don't get a deal? We can have a frozen conflict, which is pretty much of what we have seen in the past years. Or the worst is the renewed fighting, which is, but we assign a low probability to that. So likely to see a weak deal being hammered out in the coming weeks or months. Middle East, also we have some improvement in terms of the security risk, but it cannot be taken for granted that the new ones will not recur. But we take delight in seeing that many of the countries are taking efforts to reach out to other regions like Saudi Arabia and the Gulf countries, reaching out to Asia for more trade ties and connections. The Palestinian-Israeli conflict has been on the right path, but we also cannot take it for granted. And we are only in the early stage of the process towards the Palestinian statehood. Finally, the China-Taiwan conflict or tension will not go away easily. Instead, the incursions of Chinese planes in Taiwan's airspace actually has been increasing in recent months. So this is actually worrying. And it's something that can create the risk-off mentality among investors. So it's something to be aware of. I'm talking now about Asia outlook. The good news is Asia will be fairly resilient. This year, we expect GDP growth of the Asia Pacific to be about 4.1%. And next year, or in 2026, we expect it to slow slightly to about 3.7%. And the growth star will be India, which we expect to grow above 6%. And the second and third will be Vietnam and the Philippines. What we see is that the governments of these countries will need to continue with the fiscal stimulus and easing monetary policy, cutting interest rates to keep demand going as the sectoral tariffs from the US hurt the exports and manufacturing in those countries. Looking at the sectors in Asia, which ones are more vulnerable? It's electronics. And this will hurt countries like Vietnam, Malaysia, and Thailand a little bit more than the others. For Japan and Korea, they're more susceptible to tariffs on automotive, even though that has been kind of reduced somewhat, but it's still much higher than what used to be. And the outlook for export in Asia. This year, you might see that export in Asia, you read the news, it's growing about double digit. But this is not going to sustain. We see it moderating to about single digit. And in 2026, we think export growth will be actually negative. And this is because the demand that has been supporting the export sector is stable, but the activities were front-loaded at the beginning of 2025. So in 2026, the demand will not suddenly surge. One bright spot could still be AI and advanced chip exports. That will probably perform better than others, but it's unlikely to repeat the performance we've seen in 2025. But good news is inflation is well behaved in Asia, and this will give room for central bank to ease. So in an environment where lower interest rates are expected, I think that will support investor sentiment for all sectors, including the property sector. So I think that's good news. In China, the growth story is changing. And we think that the government's goal of 5% growth each year is not necessarily easily met. This year, in 2025, we've seen growth of 5.3% in China. And that was supported by a heavy fiscal stimulus. But the stimulus is also restrained in a sense that they will not go on indefinitely and it's targeted. So we are of the view that growth will end up in 2025 around 5%, 5.1%, and next year it will slow moderate to about 4.6%. And China is also beset by structural problems of aging population and the overhang of the property sector correction, and the more difficult external environment because of the US trade protectionism. And we think that the truce that we've seen between the US and China this year so far, it's been stop and going on. So the threat is not removed, it's just delayed. And this has led China to respond by finding new homes for the exports. So if you look at the export destination in all over the world for China, you can see that even though exports to the US decline, but they are exporting more and more to regions like Asia and the other global south regions, as well as Europe. And this is creating a problem for these countries because a flood of cheap Chinese goods is competing with the local industries in those countries. I'm sure many of you know, if you go to Home Pro or other places to buy your furniture or anything, the Chinese goods are always much cheaper than others. So I think this is creating a problem for the countries that face the flood of cheap Chinese goods. And it could create pressure for the government to act by doing something about it, either by increasing the tariffs on Chinese goods or asking the Chinese companies that operate in their countries to have joint venture partners. So that's like something that we expect to happen. The China property sector, how do we feel about it? My colleagues in the China team feel that it probably will not hit bottom yet, but it's possible to see the property market bottoming out in 2027. So this year, the property market in China could still be a drag on the overall GDP growth. But the good news is it's not going to be in a long, deep freeze like in Japan, which was going through 2 decades of property slump. We don't think that will happen in China. So just a little bit more, and then the light at the end of the tunnel could be coming. Despite all these difficulties that I have highlighted to you, there are some positive things that can await us in 2026 and in the medium term. One is that a lot of you may worried about what will happen to the US dollars and the US financial system, because as you know, many countries are trying to diversify away from US dollars and US assets, given the uncertainty of President Trump's policy and the way he conducts with politics. We don't think that there will be a collapse of the US-centric system, but there will be a slow, gradual pivot towards finding alternative. So you can see that gold prices are very high, cryptocurrencies are coming back on and off, but some diversification has been made to the euro, yen, pound, but there's so much that the others can absorb. So we are of a view that this adjustment process will be orderly rather than a sudden run away from the US dollar or the US system. And to put it simply, if you look at it from the economics point of view, if you look at the current account deficit, you can see that the US deficit is really huge. And a lot of countries that are exporting to the US have been gaining from this US consumption. So countries like China and Japan and many countries in Asia and some in Europe running a current account surplus. And the US has been supporting this by US demand. But the US is retreating. So which other countries can step in? If you look at the other countries that run the current account deficit, there's the UK, there's India, there's Brazil, but they're tiny. So in the foreseeable future, there's really no one to compensate for the lack of US demand. It just have to be gradual and a slow process. So what can Asian countries do about it? Asian countries are actually finding new partners. We've seen a rush to have an FTA with other countries, including the EU. EU just signed a FTA with Indonesia and is negotiating one with Thailand and the Philippines. And ASEAN countries will try to deepen their connectivity as well through the umbrella of like RCEP. And they're going to have push for a digital agreement among ASEAN countries. And India will also reach out to other countries, both bilaterally and multilaterally. That's happening. And China is also looking for friends. You can see that China has been giving African countries now 0 tariffs unilaterally. So, and China BRI, Belt and Road Initiative investment, was the highest in 2025. So I think this is a sign that the world is trying to get on, even as the US is retreating. But it will not completely compensate. But they are still going to grow, maybe not as strongly as before. That's the key message that we think the world -1 will look like. Another good news is that the emerging Asia middle class is still growing. We forecast that the percentage of middle class spender, which is defined as households with income of about $15,000 per year, will continue to grow. It's highest in Malaysia right now, and followed by Thailand and then China. But in other countries like Vietnam and India, we are seeing this proportion growing quite rapidly. So that's going to be supportive for Asia growth outlook into the end of this decade. Finally, to end on the good note, Asia is actually, or ASEAN, is actually getting greener, and we have solid evidence for it. This chart actually is the level of emission per unit of GDP. So you can see that in the past decade, Asia has been able to grow with less reliance on fossil fuel. So through the renewable energy adoption and other policies that support the green practice, it's showing result, and the trajectory is showing that it's going to continue with or without the US lead on this. So this is good news for Asia and good for climate change, good for climate risk. So on that positive note, I thank you for your attention, and I wish you a good deliberations and meetings for the rest of the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Kun Saitan, for sharing the 2026 outlook from The Economist. Now, it really sets a tone as we approach the new year. Now, before we hear from our next speaker, please know that we're feeling very generous. So we're giving away our first prize. Oh my gosh, you guys, didn't you have coffee? Okay, let's repeat that again. We're giving away our first prize. But whoever gets picked must be inside this conference hall, and you must answer a very simple question related to our summit before you can claim the prize. Okay, you've got to earn it, guys. Let's pick the first one. Where is our magic fish bowl? Here we go. This person will receive an Apple HomePod Mini, and it's colored yellow. Fong Meng Wee from Financial Controller Apex Asia. Fong Meng Wee, raise your hand. Fong Meng? Fong Meng, hi. Okay, here we go. Who is the organizer of the coolest event in real estate, aka ARIS 2025? I can give you a clue. The initials are PG. Girl, if you don't get this, we're all walking out.
Okay, the answer is definitely PropertyGuru Group.
Please claim your prize from the side of the stage. And again, to everyone, if you haven't already, please leave your business card at our registration kiosk to participate in our ARIS Pop Quiz and win a prize. But if you forgot to bring your business card, don't worry, you can write down your information on a piece of paper. We'll take that as well and we'll put it in the bowl, okay? Now, it's time to welcome our first spotlight session of the day, the Design Spotlight, to talk about the power of place, designing retail, culture, and the human experience. Let's welcome to the stage the co-founder of Sybarite Architects, Simon Mitchell.
Sorry, I'm really tall. Okay, do we have the first slide? Oops, yes, we do. Okay, good afternoon. Oh, good morning, everybody. Actually, it's I only got in at midnight last night, so I'm a little bit jet lagged, but I came in from Shanghai. So it's a pleasure to be here in Bangkok for the Asia Real Estate Summit. I'm Simon Mitchell, co-founder of Sybarite Architects. We're based in London, but we also have an office in Shanghai. We are a design studio that is dedicated to retail, culture, hospitality, and everything that shapes how people feel inside spaces. And today I want to talk about something fundamental to our practice, and that is the power of place, and why, despite all of the noise that you may hear, we believe that experience has never mattered more. So for over 2 decades, Sybarite has been designing spaces all over the world, from London to Beijing to Chengdu to Nanjing to Seoul, and more recently here in Southeast Asia. Whether it's a retail destination, a master plan, a cultural anchor, or even a hospitality environment, our obsession is always the same, which is to design emotion, to design meaning, and most importantly, to design for what makes people come back. So looking back, I've been working in retail for 32 years now. From Comme des Garçons in the mid-90s to Selfridges Birmingham in 2001, to launching Sybarite in 2002, to Ferrari's transformation into a lifestyle ecosystem. And most recently, for the last 13 years, the SKP portfolio, which is now considered one of the world's strongest examples of luxury retail reinvention. Each project has taught me the same truth, that people, they don't remember buildings, they remember how places make them feel. So at Sybarite, we recently completed our Future of Experience report for 25-26. It's a deep dive into the forces that are shaping retail, hospitality, and urban destinations. This report is not a forecast, it's more a lens, a way of understanding why experience has become the currency of modern real estate. And while I'll share the QR code later for you to download, today I want to bring you the highlights that matter most to me, my team, and more importantly, the people here in this room today, such as developers, investors, operators, and visionaries that are shaping Asia's next decade. So luxury, and by extension, experiential retail estate, we believe it's at a crossroads. Rising costs, shifting demographics, and digital saturation have changed consumers' expectations. But this is not a story about decline. I want to be positive here. This is a moment of reinvention. a moment where Asia, particularly China, Southeast Asia, Korea, and Japan, and increasingly in India, is setting the global agenda for what the next generation of places should be. So when we look back at Le Bon Marché, one of the world's first modern department stores, we see innovation, not nostalgia. And more than 150 years later, it continues to evolve, not because of heritage, but because of cultural relevance. And the lesson here is that great places, they don't repeat the past, they reinterpret it. Today, Gen Z and the millennials, they account for more than 70% of luxury spending globally, and their expectations are radically different. I have a 19-year-old daughter, and I should know, they don't want passive shopping. They want identity, they want interactivity, they want theatre, they want meaning. They want to participate, one of my favorite words in retail, and not just a transactional purpose, because experience is not an accessory. Experience is the product. People have been claiming that retail has been dead for my entire career. Some people said I was mad that I wanted to go into retail architecture. But if you take a time machine and you go back to London, 1973, and Big Bieber, it was a cultural phenomenon in London. And you realize that retail has always thrived when it behaves like entertainment, hospitality, theatre, and community all at once. And the same spirit lives today in destinations such as SKPS that we created in 2019, where retail becomes a cultural ecosystem, not just a store. So retail is not dying, it's just being reborn. And Asia is leading that rebirth. If you look at SKP in Wuhan, which we opened last year, this is no longer just a shopping mall. It's a city-shaping anchor that's influencing the surrounding land value, the visitor flows, and the cultural identity. These destinations are with seriously strong experiential DNA. They are outperforming because they bring tourism, they bring community, and they bring this gravitational pull. This is Deji Plaza in Nanjing, where restrooms, typically the most overlooked architectural space, become immersive, almost cinematic environments. So why am I highlighting toilets, you may ask? Because we believe it demonstrates a mindset that every space counts, every touch point influences perception, dwell time, and return visits. Experiences built from the ground up and not just sprinkled on top. So too often, design is mistaken for this sprinkling, this decoration, and at Sybarites and I believe across the best of Asia, design is strategy. It shapes desire, builds community, directs behavior. It drives both engagement and revenue. When Ferrari asked us to rethink their retail, we didn't just design a store. We built a narrative of speed, of craft, of performance, and human aspiration. Because good design moves people. And when people move, they spend, they stay, they share, and they return. So what's next for retail, destinations, and experiential real estate? Our research in our report identifies 5 very clear imperatives that will define the next decade. These are not trends, they are structural shifts. So imperative number 1, create and cultivate a sense of place. A strong sense of place is no longer optional. Destinations must be local in their attitude, they must be global in their execution, and they must be memorable with their feeling. SKP Chengdu's master plan shows how landscape, water, sustainability, craftsmanship, and culture can create a place that feels unmistakably Chengdu, yet universally resonant. Imperative number 2, is designed for human connection. In an age that is obsessed with digital everything, human connection has become a luxury. Spaces must facilitate this interaction. Community zones, co-creation areas, social rituals, shared discoveries, and slower, intimate moments. Honor here in Chengdu shows how a global brand can embed itself into local heritage whilst enabling connection, curiosity, and belonging. Imperative number 3, merge your categories even more boldly. The old category boundaries, retail, F&B, culture, entertainment, they're all dissolving. And look at M-Sphere here in Bangkok. It's an example of how a category blending can create cross-energies, cross-pollination, and more dwell time. So the future is hyper-hybrid, where a development becomes a curated ecosystem and not just a typology. Imperative number 4, make service anticipatory. Service is no longer about reacting, it's about anticipating. Physical service plus digital service plus invisible service, from seamless trial rooms to AI-enhanced personalization. The magic happens when the service just disappears and into the experience. So technology is not the experience. Technology must amplify the experience. And imperative number 5, create moments of wonder. Wonder is a strategy. The Louis LV ship in Shanghai demonstrates how a single architectural gesture can redefine a district, drive global attention, and embrace itself into the cultural psyche. People crave awe, and awe creates memory, and memory creates loyalty. And the best brands evolve. Brands and destinations that are thriving today are the ones that are willing to evolve constantly. Gucci's London studio is an ever-changing, ever-unexpected, and it illustrates a mindset to every developer that places must behave like living organisms. They must be adaptable, they must be expressive and responsive. Static environments belong to the past. So our research in the report has been able to debunk 3 common myths. Myth number 1, that experience equals spectacle. No. Experience equals substance, service, design, culture, and memory. Myth number 2, that experience is just this sprinkling, this add-on. No, experience is the operating system. Myth number 3, that service is secondary. No, service, human, anticipatory, that's relevant, remains one of the strongest differentiators. So, to summer here in Beijing, it shows what true experience can look like. It's quiet, it's grounded, it's beautifully crafted, it's emotionally resonant. Experience doesn't have to be fireworks. Experience is meaning. Another myth we dismantled in the research when we talk about that experience can be just simply sprinkled on top towards the end of the development. No, a cafe here or a piece of digital art there. Experience cannot be retrofitted. Experience must be designed in from day one, from the master plan to the circulation, to the programming, and to the service model. It's not a layer. It's the operating system of the entire destination. And developers that understand this, they are the ones that are creating the next generation of cultural and commercial magnets. In the 1800s, Le Bon Marché, they revolutionized retail they abolished haggling, and they actually introduced home delivery. So this is a reminder that service has always been innovation. And today, despite all the talk of automation and AI, more than 70% of customers still say that they want human interaction in their physical shopping journey. So service remains the single most important element in differentiation, but it must be anticipatory, it must be warm, it must be instinctive. And when architecture, technology, service all align, all those stars align. You don't just get efficiency, you get emotion. So hyper-hybrid retail is, for us, is the biggest structural shift that we are seeing globally today. These are not malls, they are not cultural centers, they are not hospitality venues, they are ecosystems, ones that merge retail, culture, food, and well-being. Entertainment, education, technology, community, programming, hyper-hybrid destinations are alive. They shift with the time of day, the seasons, the festivals, or the trends. So they behave more like cultural institutions than commercial buildings. And this is the future of the competitive advantage in real estate today. Editorial, curated, multi-dimensional, and deeply meaningful experiential places. So for decades, success in retail has always, actually I would say for more than decades, measured by one single thing, sales per square foot. But today that's completely incomplete. Consumers measure value through time, emotion, loyalty, and community belonging, which is why we've partnered with Savills to conduct a first-of-its-kind analysis of 23 of the world's leading retail destinations and evaluating their design, programming, and experience proposition against their commercial performance. And the results were crystal clear that better experience correlates with better commercial outcomes. So experience is not a cost, it's the driver of ROI. So based on the data, we've introduced a whole new value framework. ROI, obviously, return on investment. ROE, return on experience. ROL, return on loyalty. ROH, return on heritage. And ROC, return on community. So this multi-dimensional model finally captures the true value that a destination can deliver on. Because a place that connects emotionally, serves intuitively, and evolves dynamically generates long-term returns far beyond a spreadsheet. And at the end of today's session, you'll be able to access the full results of the report from the QR code. So this report came to life through lots of contributions from strategists, from researchers, operators, future forecasters across the world. But what matters most is that it remains a living document. It's one that's open to new ideas, new perspectives. The full report is available in Chinese and English with downloadable PDFs, and there's even an audio version because it needs to be accessible to everybody, even left-handed dyslexics like myself. And I invite you all, that is shaping the next generation of Asian real estate, to explore it, to challenge it, and build upon it, because this is not a conclusion, this is a conversation. So, what is the future of real estate? It's a shift from spaces to places, from transactions to transformations, from buildings to emotionally charged ecosystems. What people buy is always going to change, but what they remember and what they return to is how a place makes them feel. At Sybarite, we design destinations that people fall in love with, places that shape culture, that define cities, and elevate human experience. Thank you, and welcome to the future of experience.
Thank you very much, Simon, and to Sybarite, our innovation partner. Now, after two solo presentations, I believe we're ready to switch it up with this electrifying performance. Are we ready? Oh my gosh, the energy is low once again. Are we ready? Please welcome from Thailand, Mix Percussion. Thank you very much. Mixed percussion. Now, if that didn't wake you guys up, please check your pulses, because I can ask them to hit the drums one more time. They'll fix it. Okay, we want to give away another prize. So, yeah, time for another pop quiz. This time we're giving away a Jisoo Life Butter Bear Edition fan. Magic fishbowl, please. Here we go. You have to be here, you guys. Whoever we pick must correctly answer a question based on what we've heard so far today. Whoa! Okay, this is tougher than the whole program. Werpun, did I pronounce it right? Werpun Tand? Werpun Tand. Going once, going twice. Werpun Tand, raise your hand. Are you here? I hope I pronounced it right. Werpun Tand. Okay, going once, going twice. Second name. Tam Huang from United Nations Human Settlements Program. Is Tam Huang here? Tam Huang, going once, going twice. Okay, third name would be Tosaporn Bunag. They're probably having popcorn outside. Tosaporn Bunag. Tosaporn. How's the popcorn? Tosaporn. Oh my gosh, that totally rhymes. Tosaporn. Okay, for her last name is Belinda Te. Woo! Okay, Belinda. Which global city hosts the SEA Games 2025 and our very own Aris 2025? If you don't get this one, we're all walking out again. Bangkok. Give it up for Belinda. Belinda, please don't forget to claim your prize on the side. Congratulations. Okay, we'll continue with the first panel discussion of this year's summit. Now, this senior executives from across Asia Pacific will discuss how urban branded residences are rewriting the rules of value, the brand premium. Let's welcome to the stage our panelists, our moderator, Bill Barnett, founder and managing director, C9 Hotel Works, Jael Fisher, head of development, Asia Pacific, Six Sense, Lee Lin, or Regional Director, Asia Pacific, Nobu Hospitality. Penny Trin, Vice President, Mixed Use Development, Marriott International. And Sawarin Chanpraikaisi, Vice President, Business Development, The Ascot Limited.
Okay. Good to see you. Thanks, Tina. Okay, well, back to real estate. It's a hard act to follow with the drums. I don't know. The coffee wasn't working for me. It's pretty crap coffee, but the drums have me working up, so I'm excited. I've got jet lag. I got up this morning and I knew I had two things to do. One was I was going to a paddle tennis, and the other I'm coming to Aries. So I got my wardrobe, a complete wardrobe malfunction. Later on, I'll be doing paddle in my suit as well, so sorry about the dress today. Let's talk about urban residences as well. I'm going to have my panel introduce themselves.
Hi everyone, my name is Jael Fisher and I head up development for Six Senses across Asia Pacific, so all markets between India to New Zealand.
Hi, I'm Lee Lin. I'm Regional Director for Nobu Hospitality across Asia Pacific as well.
Hi, I'm Penny Trin. I'm branded resi development for Marriott and APEC, slightly smaller jurisdiction than these guys.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Rin. I'm from the Ascot Limited, supporting the business development, looking after Thailand and also the senior living and the branded residences.
I'm still pumping with the drumming as well. Let's talk about the subject as well, a little bit about Asia branded residents, kind of frame the discussion. These guys are going to be waiting, so we're going to go quick, and that's going to set the view. Branded residences across, and we're going to be talking about urban branded residents today. The urban branded residences pipeline, meaning projects under development and announced in the market, is about $30.7 billion. Okay, it's a big market. And when we go in and we start looking at urban residences would account for about 53% of that. So it's very relevant when we're talking about that subject as well. You know, we kind of look at, let's drill one market. Let's talk about Japan. Japan for us is interesting because it's traditionally been a resort market. But all of a sudden we look at Tokyo. Tokyo is a great case of where projects have started to induce demand into an urban location, the Amman, which is coming up there. Again, it's inducing demand. If we look at Tokyo branded residences, $2.2 billion market. But the luxury market, luxury real estate is a $3 billion market in Tokyo, ultra luxury. So how many of these projects will be able to induce demand? There's always a thing we're saying, why do developers want to do urban branded residences? It's a brand premium. That's always important as well. Let's look at the Porsche Design Tower, which we worked on here in Bangkok as well. This is a project where they virtually doubled the per square meter selling prices of real estate by bringing a brand. It wasn't a hotel brand, it was an automotive brand. So these are subjects we're going to be discussing today. Today we're not going to necessarily talk about markets, we're talking about trends, the big five, right? Anybody who's gone on Uber, right? 5 stars. For some reason my Uber rating is 4.3, I don't know why, tip well. But it's trying to find the big 5 things. But I'm going to throw some topics out, and we're going to talk about the big 5. Let's talk a little about wellness, guys, because we're all talking about wellness, wellness, wellness. One of the most overused. It's like using the word future, experiential, other things like that. But wellness, what's the future of, see, even I'm using that word. You're talking about wellness in an urban setting. How would we define that, or what's the opportunity for branded residences, guys?
So from a Six Senses point of view, we categorize it into maybe 3 main categories. So the first one is the base build, then you have the fit out, and then you have the operations, right? So just to give you some examples, so all our branded residences, they do follow the same requirements as our hotel and resort products. So from a base build point of view, for example, it would be things like air purification, but it would also be things like minimizing VOCs, so like toxic materials in paints, etc. as well. So we have very strict standards around that, which tie back into this wellness element. From a fit-out point of view, we're looking at things like red light therapy in bedrooms, for example, things like water filtration that includes magnesium. So there's lots of elements like that that we integrate into the residences that are becoming very important. From an operations point of view, maybe one that you haven't heard of before is we have a spiritual or well-being concierge. I think we very much live in a mental health crisis at the moment. And so we actually, there's loads of statistics out there that say that people who are more spiritually aligned, it actually increases your longevity, right? Which is, again, another buzzword that everyone's using today.
Guys?
So I totally agree that we are looking at basically physical product and also the activation. And obviously for the older product, activation and basically what is the well-being of the day-to-day operation and the resident is very important. So that's what we are focusing on at the moment.
Well, I think we're not going to pretend we're wellness experts. There's only a few in this room, aka Six Senses. And to be fair, we're looking at an average stays, to be quite short. Obviously, we're talking about branded residences today. So when it comes to offerings, Nobu as a brand, we like to talk more about mental wellness. Obviously, the environment affects so much of what you're going through today. So design, first of all, needs to be calm, needs to be zen, and that itself, it's already a starting point. But second of all, mental wellness, I think that's something we should dive in a lot more, rather than the simple passive, laying on a massage bed, getting a massage kind of thing. So obviously, where we come from is F&B. You're with your friends, you're socializing, and that's played a huge part since COVID, actually. So.
I think wellness terminology, it's been very diverse and could be interpreted and defined in different ways. It also depends on, but I think most important of the forum today is to discuss about how the brand could be resonate in that angle. And I think for us, like for the Ascot Limited, we will definitely come in a big way in that space. People still perceive us as a service residence leader and operator, but recently we launched the theme and the concept of multi-typology of the brand, with all brand can go into resort, can go into the wellness, can go into hotel, food services, and to resonate, that is what the value of the future trend at Bill just mentioned.
I think one thing about wellness is too often people develop product. They look at product. People forget about the customer. I go to breakfast often in Bartels and whatever in Phuket, and I look at the customers, and I realize these guys all look alike. They've all, they're going to the gym, they're going to other places as well. They have the same routine every day. Wellness is incredibly important, active wellness. But I think the important part of what we're talking about in a residential aspect is understanding lifestyle. How do you connect lifestyle in your designs, and how do you bring that social element? It's a non-tangible, because socializing something is not about a product necessarily. It's about your staffing, it's about your facilities, and trying to bring people in and socializing those customers together. So there's a lot of room for movement in that. Let's also talk about non-traditional.
No, I just wanted to add something around the community element, right? And that's where their director of residences and your concierge is really important, because they need to create these community events that then tie back into the brand as well. So for us, again, sustainability is really important. So if the residents wanted to, they could go on a giving back mission together with our guests as well. So there's that element of.
Maybe let's move on to number 2, and let's talk about non-traditional hotel brands. We've got hotel, not hotel, non-traditional. We're seeing other people come in. We're seeing automotive brands. We talked about Porsche earlier as well. We're talking about other brands, fashion brands coming in the market as well. The only guys missing are 7-Eleven, which is still a great niche market. Anybody who does a 7-Eleven residences will be dynamite. But let's talk about non-traditional versus traditional brands and how you're able to compete. Lee, with Nobu, you're competing out there with the hotel brands. What's your pitch?
You know, we've actually grown very naturally, and that transition is actually wonderful. And actually, that's one of the reasons why I brought the brand to Thailand when I was with a developer. We went from Dining With Us, which is our restaurants, which is now 30 years old, 60 locations in 28 countries, to hotels, which is, you know, we're now also competing in hotel space, where we're pretty much the top performing in all the cities and resort locations we're in. And now to residences, where, you know, one big proving point is we sold out higher than at a price point higher than Four Seasons in Toronto. So I mean, I think that transition naturally has made us here to compete very, very well.
It talks about competition, but let's talk to the hotel guys. I disagree with him, because at the end of the day, there's always the thing. Hotel guys will say you need the services, you need the facilities, you need the hotel brand or experience. How do you guys compete against the upcoming non-traditional hotel brands when you're talking to developers as well, taking a long-term view? Penny?
Yeah, so I would break it down into a certain aspect. One is a brand recognition. I mean, Marriott is the largest hotel company in the world, and Ritz-Carlton is probably the largest luxury company in the world. The brand affiliation, especially in Asia-Pacific market, is very important. It's reduced the cost of developer in terms of looking toward additional sales and marketing activities. The brand standard is there. It's easy, plug and play. And then we also have more than 90 years of operational experience, so we can build on top of that. I mean, obviously on the other side, there are some inflexibility and rigidity, but that's what people feeling the comfort and don't have to reinvent the wheels.
I think from the brand, and I speak on behalf of my fellow, I think what the brand could bring on the value to the table, to the guest, to the developer, is the consistency, our brand service standard, and also the security. And I think that is something that, and onwards, people still looking to get that, you know. I think that's still the fact, that's still the trend.
Joel?
I think it's one thing about having the brand philosophy, right, which is what your consumers and your buyers buy into. However, it's then really important on how can you deliver to that brand, right? I know that there's brands out there that are branding these residences, and then they come and they say, okay, actually we don't have an operational solution, right? Which I think is a big part of delivering the brand promise, is actually having that operational solution that is like a well-oiled machine. And for us, most of our projects are co-located with a hotel, so obviously having that all of those services available at any time is again another value add for the buyer.
Okay, so we've heard the pitch, but let's, you know, again, we're dealing with real estate. Real estate is resales as well. If I buy a branded residence, who's going to hold value more? Is it going to be a big hotel company, which is going to be there for a long time? Is it going to be, and you know, hotel companies change as well. They merge, they unmerge. What happens to that brand? Or do I go with a fashion brand or automotive brand? Or I go to Nobu as well? The one thing the fashion brands do, which is excellent, is they know how to do limited edition. They know how to sell things which are collector's items. If you're going to Hermes or something else, they have customers waiting. They know their customers. It's not only about product, but is that going to also sustain through to resales? I mean, how important, it's good to talk about new projects, but when you talk to your buyers who have bought in projects afterwards and are reselling, how is that impacting the resale value with the brand? Guys?
So one thing that we do focus a lot on in terms of operational aspect is the governance and protect asset protection. My apology. It's very similar to hotel that we want to be able to upkeep the public space of the residential project to a brand standard, and that would really help in terms of either you want to basically pass on the real estate assets to your next generation or basically resale. That will be basically their both services and also product quality behind it.
I think it's, whether or not you ever walk into the project that is like, not upkept and all this kind, and you can see that how the value, how the asset is look really tiring. I think what the brand could bring on to the table here is actually how the upkeep of the maintenance, of the consistency, of the regular checkup with the whole like MEP behind, and that's throughout a decade horizon, that's gonna show. So I think that's important of how the brand could be really like value added into the development.
I think maybe there's that risk piece that we're talking about, but perhaps there's also the innovation front of it all, right? Is brands, as hotel brands, we keep evolving as well and bringing more of these soft touch elements, like I was saying before, with our spiritual well-being concierge, right? That's something that we've introduced quite recently. So I think the buyers, and especially with resales as well, are set to benefit from having these new innovations being implemented.
I have a question for Lee. I mean, Nobu, I understand a Nobu restaurant. I understand the theme and everything else. For Nobu real estate, how does that resonate? How do you keep it classical, ongoing? How do you keep the brand alive in real estate, versus a hotel or versus the restaurant?
Well, we're as live as it gets because we have a restaurant, right? Versus building a residential project and putting a name on there saying, well, this is a brand of residence. We always have to have a restaurant as a bare minimum. And obviously with hotel, that's usually a requirement as well. Although we're seeing some, standalone branded residences where we have another hotel in the region. So Miami, we're building the biggest tower in Miami where we have a restaurant inside, and obviously you can assure the service is going to be there. So that's why that makes a brand so valuable. And we are, as a brand, we're already recognized as one of top luxury global brands out there. We're the most followed brand, hotel brand, on Instagram. So most Google searched. So with that already creates value, and we're already seeing, let's say, buyers who are collecting our residential products as a luxury good, if you will, cross markets, cross region, cross continents.
Maybe wrapping that up, we talk about playground cities. We talk about Miami, Dubai, Bangkok as well. These collectors of residences, they don't compare prices per square meter against a comp set. They don't go to 4 or 5 projects and say, I want to be. They look at projects across the globe. They're global buyers, and that's key to unlocking a lot of value as well. But at the end of the day, for buyers, what's going to be more important? Is it having good maintenance, having a nice building maintained, or is it going to be the lure of the brand? There's no easy subject. The one thing we know about branded residences, it's essentially a very non-standardized marketplace. From border to border, from country to country, it evolves as the real estate markets evolve as well. So it's not a standardized thinking. So a lot into play. Let's talk about hybrid living or mixed-use projects. We all talk about, going back into living in gated estates or gated communities, or a hybrid experience with lots of other things, or with retail as well. How do you guys see your brands integrating into those? I know you have developers that say, we want to use the hotel brand or the non-fashion brand to come in to brand the development. But then how do you extend that in a living community as well and integrate with that, guys?
So in an urban setting, it's actually unavoidable in order for you to be a part of a larger mixed-use development. So now it's getting a bit more into a bit boring, but first thing first, from a legal perspective, you want to make sure that the residential unit buyer, when they buy into project, their interests are being protected. So that aspect is a lot, the glory thing that people don't be looking at. Second thing is that how you basically provide enough exclusivity to the residential project, but it's also integrate nicely into the entire development. So it's the engagement from the very beginning, from the design, legal perspective, is actually very important.
So for us, for example, we have our Six Senses in London opening early next year, and that is a part of an entire, actually, city block that's been redeveloped in Bayswater. And there we have 109 hotel rooms, 14 branded residences, and some unbranded residences as well, right? But it's creating that entire community. So it's not just about what's in the hotel, but actually we have a membership club as well, where we actually cater to that local London community. to come in, use our wellness spaces, etc. as well. So that creates that community element that's not just for the residents there, but also for that, I guess, larger space.
Yeah, I think to create a truly successful mixed-use project, you need to basically hit all the right anchors, right? All the top anchors that you want to bring into the project. So, you know, for example, we actually, we have a project in Atlanta where we're working with the biggest retail group in America, Simon Group. They actually brought us in there first because most of the retail luxury brands did not believe in Atlanta as a luxury destination. So, but once Nova went in there, all the luxury brands then followed. But then, you know, one of the most important things to this whole successful mixed-use community is actually it's F&B, is hospitality, is residential, is retail. And for us, we've actually transitioned, you know, again, we're an upside-down business model where we came from, you know, F&B first. So, you know, so it's very natural for us, again, for us to hit all those keynotes when it comes to successful mixed-use development.
Yes, I think going forward, you're going to see more variety of product offerings, whether it's co-located or private residences or standalone. And it goes with what is underlying and making more sense for such location and also the operational mechanics behind those that will make sense for like guests, operator, and developer. And for us, yes, we have just signed two separate projects differently. One is standalone in Penang, Ascot Residences standalone, no hotel. It's going to be different from the other project. It's Ascot Patong, which is co-located. And I think back to Yale, like community building is also important for the co-located project, but privacy is also important for the standalone. Depends.
I think talking about demand generators, education. I come from Phuket. We have 13 international schools. We have another 10 on the rising. These are ideal anchors as well. And you talk about the 15-minute community where people go now. They want to be near everything. And I think too often developers try to guesswork and say, we want retail. It's the same playbook. And people aren't looking at the customer experience. They're not looking when somebody has a kid in international school. Where does the parent go the next day? Are they going to the office? Are they working from home? Do they go to the gym? Do they go to these other things? And tracking the experience and that journey every day of your customers also creates facilities. But having key demand generators, again, we go backwards, education, international hospitals. These things are key to what people want on a daily basis as well. So that's changing. Let's touch point on, I think we're up to 4 now, okay? Let's talk about tech in luxury or residence as well, technology. Something that too many developers do is they develop a branded unit, especially hotel guys. They come and deliver a hotel room. But that's not necessarily where people want to live. Is technology changing where people want more technology in their units, or what technology do they actually want in their residential units in an urban environment, guys?
So one of the elements that I was mentioning before, I guess, is more that technology related to wellness, right? That I think is quite important. But if you look at it more from a service angle, I mean, you want all the technology to be there to enable that connection between your home buyer and the service provider, right? However, at the same time, you want that to kind of be unseen. I think, you know, people want, especially in the upper luxury space for us, people want that human connection, right? But they want that seamlessly. And so for us, we have a concierge app where you can directly book your maintenance, etc. But then we also have our Six Senses app where you can connect into the hotel services, right? Whether it's your in-room dining, your babysitting, your pet service, walking, etc. as well.
I think in the luxury residence setting, our very unique advantage as hospitality brands is obviously our service. And that has every single thing to do with human, right? The human touch, the human service, and that true DNA to luxury hospitality is what sets us apart and demands that price point, that premium that we're looking at, 30, 40%, sometimes double, of the, comparable products. And, with tech or not, I think that the human touch point is deeply important. Not to say we're not going to, look into tech, but, in a way that it's only assisting us, like Yael said, behind the scenes, but what's in front of us, what we can touch, that needs to be deeply human.
Yeah, I totally agree as well in terms of one of the reasons why the customer keep coming back and staying with Marriott because of the functionality. They know exactly where things are, because everything's under the scene. But at the same time, I totally agree that the human connection from a residential project is the most important.
I agree with my panelists. I think the more we get into the digital, the more AI is going to rule the world. I think at the end of the day, human touch is still important, especially in the higher end or the luxury product. So yes, the community and with the community, you need human to build a community. So I think keyword here is to balance, and I think our brands, all our brands need to also take that strategy approach. Yeah.
I think closing on that subject is important. You know, customers, no two customers are the same. Luxury, you have some people who want high-touch luxury. They want a concierge. They want other people to do, or you have other enlightened customers who want to do everything themselves. So it's not the standardized thing. But consumer behavior is changing. If we would have gone back 10 years ago, you go to any residential project in a clubhouse is a financial disaster. Nobody wants to pay for it. They don't want the maintenance fees to go up. All of a sudden, we're seeing clubhouses come back. We're seeing the experiences where people work from home and they want to have a meeting. They want a meeting room. They want access to other facilities. They want to have their kids' birthday parties. So it's being reborn. So consumer behavior does change and it evolves over time. And oftentimes, it goes back to where it started 10 years or 20 years ago. So cycles repeat themselves. But again, right now, we're saying that facilities are important again. Clubs are important as well in residential facilities, especially with hotel brands. Maybe let's go to one final topic, which is talking about standalone residences in a community. The one thing about hotel brands or any brands is they have to continue to grow. They're listed companies. They have to have more and more and more to keep growing earnings. So in a city, when you're talking about having an urban residence, say with Marriott, when you're saying, you know, when you're going to a city, what's your criteria for doing a standalone residence? Does it mean you have to have a hotel there, or would you go to do standalone residences? Would you do mini-branded residences? How are you evaluating that consumer opportunity?
So for us to do a standalone project, we would like to have the hotel brand there already, because it really is help with the sale of the project, right? Because the brand affiliation and brand recognition. And then secondly, it's about economics. It is a sell at premium. And then also when we have residential moving in, what would be the common area management fee? Could be a premium to the market, but it have to be accessible. So that's kind of how we are looking at a standalone residential project.
So for us, it's really important that we actually do have a hotel, ideally co-located. We do have a project in Dubai where we were so successful with the first hotel and branded residences project that the same owner, Select Group, wanted to have a second project with us. So there we do have a standalone situation, but it's very much because we already have the existing property that's going into market. So for us, we wouldn't do standalone without that. And we just think from an upper luxury point of view, it's really important that we do have those services that we can provide to the guests from the hotel, which is much harder to deliver and much more costly as well than for the home buyers if you try to implement that in a standalone type of scenario.
Well, that's why we're not listed. So we're lucky in the way that, you know, we're private, so we're able to really choose when we plant flags and with the right partners, and obviously that's the only way to have a successful project where you're going to build it right from the get-go. And for us, we always need to have a hotel. Obviously, Miami, we're building that because we already have another hotel within 30 minutes drive. But other than that, we always need to have a hotel, and that's where you command the value and the selling price for the developers and the ongoing value maintenance for the buyers.
I think even though it's called a standalone, but if you think along those lines, it still carry the brand's promises, delivery. So coming to like Penny or your points about like co-located or having the presence in market, that is to deliver those promises and in order to optimize the resources, synergize with the hotel instead of you having the BR branded residence standalone, but you have to carry of the staffing, of the operational costs. So that doesn't make sense to the developer in the long term.
Okay, we're almost out of time. Let's go to each of you and let's kind of ask you, you're talking to an audience of real estate developers, brokers, you're talking to those in the industry. What's your advice for urban branded residents? What's the right thing to do and what's the wrong thing to do? Guys, pitch in. We're in a hurry.
That is very broad.
I can start.
Yeah, location. Enough economy of scale. Do your homework because, again, at the end of the day, the developer want to make return on investment. We want to earn an economic share of it, and then after that, we want to be able to provide services to the residents as to the brand standard, but also at a reasonable common area management fee. So location, do your homework, economy of scale.
I think to us is partnership. That's extremely important. Obviously, when you're going with a brand, especially if you're talking about branded residences, you're entering a more premium product, just from the get-go. It doesn't matter what segment, but especially luxury segment, you want a brand that's going to be there with you from day one until the day you sell out. Obviously, that's why they deserve that fee. And that's especially important for luxury developments because it's, versus them throwing you a brand standard book and say, good luck, we'll see you when we collect the fees. You want somebody who would be there with you, to tell you about the brands, to really work through and create a product that is truly going to hold that value over time.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, doing your homework is the #1 thing. I mean, we're the service delivery experts and also touch onto that real estate side of things, but you guys in the room are actually the real estate experts, right? So it's about gathering that knowledge and ensuring that, the sales prices, the costs to operate, etc. So I agree with that point, yes. Definitely.
Yes. All those points valid, but what I wanted to add it quickly here is to understand your target market. Going forward, it's going to be more fragmented out there. Gen Z or new generation is going to have a lot of new patterns of traveling and also resonate with the asset that they bought or they own. So understand your target market, go with the right one, and yeah, that's all.
And I think that's where brand alignment is really important as well, right? Ensuring that brand aligns with that target market in that location. So, it's not a brand, we're not a brand that will fit everywhere as well, for example.
Maybe let me wrap that up. And, my advice to developers is be brave. Don't just look at the numbers. Go beyond the numbers. Be brave. If you follow exactly what your competitor does, you're doomed to just be the same. Brave developers go out and they trust instinct. They take chances and they develop unique products. Don't try to say something, just do what everybody else is doing. Have a brave development because at the end of the day, developers make great projects. Not hotel companies or brands per se, but it's a partnership. But that partnership is a forward-looking developer who's a brave individual or a brave group to do something different. And if not, the other advice is go and get a drumming group as well. Bring the drummers in, and that's exciting as well to do. Thank you very much for the session today. We had a great set of panelists as well.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Speak to them during the session as well afterwards. Thanks so much.
Sorry, just one more thing. Yeah, if you're not sure, contact Bill. He would help you with a market study.
Anyway, thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you very much, dear panelists. Branded residences are definitely rewriting the value in real estate. Thank you so much, panelists. Okay, remember, we're also live streaming ARIS 2025 on YouTube and Facebook. So please tell your friends to watch if they're not here because they're missing out. And this is usually a time my dad would send me short videos and pictures of him watching with my dog, but I lost him this year. So anyway, I'm a little emotional, but forgive me. I just miss him so much. Again, thank you to our dear panelists. Now remember, again, we're live streaming. Please tell your friends about it. Everyone also, please don't forget to follow our social media pages. Don't forget to use the hashtags Guru Summit and Inspire Innovators. So once again, children, what are our hashtags? Oh my goodness. Okay. Guru Summit and Inspire Innovators. Okay, children, one more time. Our hashtags are and Inspire Innovators. Okay, here we go. Our next speaker will tell us about social engineering and the trust equation and how to protect people, data, and deals in an AI-driven market. Please welcome the founder and director of Cyber AI, philanthropist, and Australian television personality, Duncan James Simpson.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for having me. Super excited to be talking to you all today. Hooked at first click, the reality of social engineering. Does anyone know what social engineering means? Raise your hand if you do. There's one up the back there, happens to be my co-founder. So I'll take you on a bit of a journey today and talk a little bit about that. But before I do, a little bit about me. I have been in cybersecurity for 20 years. Back when I first started, it was called computer security, but the sexy word of cyber came about a few years ago, and cybersecurity instantly became a bit cooler. I've worked for many cybersecurity vendors, typically American vendors, looking after Australian operations. I then worked for a systems integrator, which is really an organisation that brings a lot of different technologies together and provides that as a service to their customers. I then saw that there was a better way of doing cybersecurity, a way to secure and to protect customers and organisations better. So I founded Cyber AI 2 years ago, and I'm also a reality TV personality, as you can see on the screen. So if I was sitting in the audience today, like any of you are, I'd be thinking, what does cybersecurity have to do with reality TV? Surely they're very different things. And how are they related to the real estate industry? Well, I'll get into that. I'll also talk a little bit about what social engineering is, the impact of a single click in the real estate industry. So what happens if we click on things that we shouldn't click on? What's the impact within the real estate industry? And a little bit about the human element and why that's an area that attackers and hackers go after, and how we have to be vigilant as employees and users within the real estate industry. So social engineering is really just the psychological manipulation of somebody to get them to do something that they wouldn't normally do. And that happens in a lot of different ways, and we're going to explore a few. So I guess hold with me while these don't maybe make sense, but they'll come together as we talk through the different parts. So let's start with reality TV. You can see on the side there, that's myself standing there at the end of an aisle on my wedding day. My wedding day, marrying a complete stranger that I'd never met before and had never seen before in real life. I was on a TV show called Married at First Sight, which is the biggest TV show in Australia and is broadcast to 130 countries around the world. Reality TV is the masterclass of social engineering. It's about, this particular show is about getting people together using psychological cues, using producers that understand who you are, how you react, putting you in situations that aren't normal to you, and then getting you to act outside how you would normally act for great TV. And although it makes great TV, and I did have a lot of fun, it wasn't all fun and games. Yep, that's me crying on national television. Now, I'm not really a crier, and not that there's anything wrong with that, if there are criers in the audience. My friends and family wouldn't say I'm that of an emotional person, but I did cry. I cried on TV, and I cried because the producers had socially engineered, had manipulated a scenario to get me into a position where I was feeling really vulnerable and really upset. So I acted outside what my normal behaviour is in how I act, and I did something that's unusual to me. So they primed me. They used the environment around me. They constructed that environment. They used time pressure for me to give an answer. And they also exploited the trust that I'd had with the producers, because you become really close to producers when you spend 12 weeks with them every single day, locked in a hotel on a reality TV show. So that makes me think. Is a reality TV producer or a cyber criminal the same thing? The tactics that they use are the same. Why? Because human psychology doesn't change. The believable narratives that the TV producer gave to me, or the emotional triggers that they played on, or the time-based pressure that they applied, are exactly the same things that hackers use today to try to convince you into doing something that you wouldn't normally do, something outside your business process and how you act and how you work every day within real estate. However, in real estate, in cybersecurity, the stakes are much higher. Instead of being socially engineered into a few tiers on national television, it can have a huge impact to your business. A single click on an email, a single click on your computer in the wrong way that you've been socially engineered into doing can have a huge effect on your business. And all of this happens at the intersection of where humans and technology come together, which is the vulnerable part of cybersecurity. So being a bit more specific to the real estate industry, we see these three areas as some of the key risks to all of you in the audience on a day-to-day basis when you're doing your job. The first one's phishing emails. So that's really just an email that you get, and we all get emails every single day, that is impersonating somebody in your supply chain, maybe one of your friends, maybe your bosses, and asking you or trying to trick you into doing something that you shouldn't do. Impersonation emails can be somebody pretending to be your tech support team and calling up, asking for access to your computer because they need to fix something on their end when really it's just a fake call. And there's also smishing, which is SMS phishing. But what we're going to talk about, or the most important risk from a cybersecurity perspective within the real estate industry, is email. It's still email after all of these years because email is so important to your job and to what you do every single day. It's essential within the real estate industry. If we think about some of the things that happen on email, when you update banking details to provide a deposit, when you share a confidential document that's got some of the planning or the developments for some work that you're engaged in. These types of high-stake negotiations, important data, important information that you're sharing within your supply chain network or to your customers, it all happens on the email channel. And that's why that particular risk, the email channel or email communication within real estate, is an area that we're going to dive a little bit deeper into. So it sounds pretty scary. I've talked a little bit about a single click, clicking on something in an email that you shouldn't click on, and what is the impact or the impact that can happen within your business. It's harder than ever to secure ourselves, and we know that all of us as humans can be tricked quite easily into doing something we shouldn't do. We can't rely on just trying to work out what's right and wrong by ourselves anymore. We need to use AI and machine learning to combat these risks. So what is AI and how can it help? AI is technology that enables computers and machines to act like humans do. So think learning, problem solving, decision making, even creativity. In a nutshell, that's what AI is. But AI, in terms of what we're talking about today, in terms of the risks that we see within the real estate industry, is really around using AI to determine and to evaluate whether you're getting emails that are real. Are you getting an email and are you being asked to do something on email that you shouldn't be doing? And how do you spot that? Well, that's very hard to do now. So you need to start using AI solutions to combat against the AI problem. So what does that look like? Okay. You can see we've got an email on the screen here. You can see at the top of the email it says vendor high risk. What the AI solution is doing here is assessing whether the domain, so where this email was sent from, is a high-risk domain based on historical patterns that have come from that domain. We can also see that this email is from a legitimate domain, which means this email is not spoofed, so it's not it's from a legitimate mailbox that you may do or may have interactions with, right? Which means that your security system's not going to pick this up. You'll also see that inside the context or the body of the email, you can see that there's those orange pieces on the screen. It says bank, it says payment information. We know that if there's inside the context or the content of the email, if there's financial questions being asked or financial asks inside the email, that's another higher risk for us to look at this email. We also know that it's sent to a VIP, a very important person called Renee, who also happens to be my sister, but is not this particular person. VIPs are sent impersonation emails all the time. So we know that that's another higher risk around this particular email. Further down in the email, we can see that there's a time-based urgency. So this email, the user or the recipient, just like anyone in this audience, has been asked to do something to do with finance and banking. They've been asked to do something urgently, and it's a request to go and perform an action. We can also see the language is not the same language that these two people normally communicate to each other on email when we look at the historical emails that they've sent. And we can see at the very bottom there that the domain, when you reply to this email, is not the same domain that sent you the email. Now, when a human's looking at this particular email, when I would or anyone in the audience, it's very hard to pick all of these things up. So you've got an email from a supplier that you've spoken to that you obviously are in contact with a lot. Most people would look at that and say, okay, that is from my friend, that's from a supplier. I need to go ahead and do the ask that they've asked me to do. But this entire email is fake. And it's very hard for humans to pick that up. The only way we can do it, as I said, is using AI and machine learning to combat the AI threats that are out there. We use 45,000 different data points, some of the data points I've spoken about on the screen so far, to determine whether that email's real or not. So I think, and hopefully, I've convinced you all that you should be using AI and machine learning to be able to combat some of those risks that you see within the real estate industry, with email being one of the biggest ones. But if you're going to tell me, yes, I'm using AI, I've got some of the latest technologies in place to help me combat this email security issue, what else can I do to stay safe? There's a couple of things that are outside of technology that really help, that you can all implement within your day-to-day operations and how you think about using email within your business. The first one's building a security culture. So making sure that the people within your team, the people within your business are rewarded for vigilance, are rewarded for putting their hand up and saying, hey, something doesn't look right here. I'm not sure if this is what's meant to happen. I think making sure that that culture is ingrained in everyone that we work with really helps us keep a trusted community and a trusted supply chain within the real estate industry. The second one's create user awareness training programs. So by that, we mean conduct phishing training, conduct user awareness training, conduct fake security training as a way to be able to upskill everyone in your team as well as yourself to make sure that you don't get tricked. Because in the end, if you do get tricked, the reputation of your business, the reputation of your customers, the reputation of your suppliers and your reputation to them can be greatly affected. So it can have a dramatic effect on how you do business every day. The important part of those training programs is to make sure that when something bad happens, like you click on a link that you shouldn't click on, or you get an email and you act on it and you shouldn't, that you have training provided to you at that point, because that's when we all pick up and remember the training, not down the track. Finally, develop appropriate business processes. So by that I mean, if we get an email from a supplier and they're asking us to update our bank details, if we get an email from a colleague that's asked us to share a really important development application, but we wouldn't normally do that, so it feels a bit funny, right? Then we want to verify that that's the right thing to do. And the way to verify that is doing it via a different communication channel to the one that you received the request. So if you've received an email that has something unusual in it, then you've got to pick up the phone and call that person, or you've got a text, but phone would be best, and make sure that you're getting a second form of authentication because somebody is asking you to do something outside the norm of what you would normally do. If you implement these things and use AI and machine learning, you'll have a much safer working life, and your suppliers and your customers will trust you because your reputation as a business will stay intact. Tiny little bit about cyber AI. Obviously, I said I founded it 2 years ago. If you'd like to have a talk to me today or tomorrow about anything to do with cybersecurity, whether that's email security, web security, impersonations, deep fakes, if you want to hear a little bit about one of the biggest scams that's happened recently to a business in Hong Kong that lost $24 million through a deep fake. Myself and my business partner, Tim, which is the redhead man on the screen holding the balloons, and is the redhead man over there. We would love to be able to help you. So I would really encourage you guys to come over and have a chat to us. And I guess to finish off, if you do cybersecurity the right way, there'll be no more tears, just a few smiles. So thank you very much for listening to me. Hope you learned something.
Duncan, I'd like to talk to you about crying because I got dumped once on a reality show too. I represented the Philippines, 6 different countries. I got dumped on national TV. Imagine that for a crier. Anyway, but thank you so much, Duncan. I feel more informed now about the reality of social engineering. Now, before we take a break, lunch break, you guys. Who wants a Nintendo Switch 2? I'm sure you guys have kids, or maybe you're a kid at heart. I saw someone raise his hand. Okay, where is our magic fish bowl? Okay, this is a very easy question, you guys. Ooh. Here we go. Oh, I believe this is Kevin. Kevin Babiuk. Kevin? Hi, Kevin. Are you from Secure AI?
Yeah.
Okay, Kevin, are you ready? What is the square root? I'm kidding. Kevin, what edition is this year's Property Guru Asia Real Estate Summit?
2025.
Should we give him a clue? This year's very popular character on Stranger Things.
The one that starts with Noah.
No, it's that thing that appears on my forehead when I do this. Like, everybody
Demi
needs
Gordon?
Okay. It's a number. It's a number.
Oh, 11.
Yay! 11. So congratulations, and please claim your prize on the side of the stage. Now it's really time for our networking lunch break. Please wear your ARIS badge to access our lunch area, and please also say hello to our ARIS speakers. Feel free also to browse our official website for more information about our 2025 speakers, our magazine content, podcasts, and ARIS white paper. Visit www.asiarealestatesummit.com. Once again, that's WAsiaRealEstateSummit.com. And if I may just ask everyone to please be back here promptly at 1:30 p.m. for our afternoon sessions, because we have more prizes to come and more panels and a two-time Olympic champion gracing the ARA stage. You have to be back here exactly at 1:30, guys, because you don't want me walking around there with the bell. You know, I'm just going to ask everyone to come inside back here at the ballroom, okay? So remember, 1:30 p.m., we'll see you in a bit. I'm Tina Ryan, and I will see you later. Welcome back to the Property Guru Asia Real Estate Summit 2025. I hope you enjoyed the networking lunch. I love the smile over there. I think you're going to be my new focal point. Look at that. Okay, so I hope you all enjoyed the lunch break so we can start our afternoon discussion, energized with a renewed appetite for more ARIS discussions. So if you're tuned in to our live stream on Facebook or YouTube, hello from the other side. I'm just kidding. No, I do sing, guys. But anyway, please spread the word. We are live on YouTube and Facebook. We have more interesting panel discussions for all of you, and a two-time Olympic champion gracing the ARIS stage later on. Now, as we continue to talk about trusted marketplaces and thriving communities, we would like to thank once again our community of supporters and partners for ARIS 2025. We have our innovation partner, Sybarite Architects, supporting partner, UN Habitat, official magazine Property Report by Property Guru, official portal partner, Property Guru, official publicity partner, Infinity Communications, official marketing partner, Stellar Marketing Groups. Now, our media partners, we have Bridges, DNA, Design and Architecture Magazine, Detic.com, Hot Magazine, Inquire Property, Compass.com, Copyandproperty.com, Luxury Society Asia, Manila Bulletin, Niaga Times, Penang Property Talk, Prop Tomorrow, REM, Square Rooms, Terra Bangkok, The Grid, The Malaysia Voice, The Philippine Star, Top 10 of Asia, and Tatler Homes. And our exhibitors, we have True Online and True 5G. Thank you again to all our supporters and partners. Now, as promised, we have more prizes to give away, so let's have another ARIS Pop Quiz. This is going to require so much brain activity, you guys. Are we ready? Yeah, okay. Magic fishbowl. You have to be here. We're giving away these cool Sony WF-C510 white earbuds. Lapas Siniyapar. Lapas Siniyapar from Bureau Veritas. Are you here? Lapas Siniyapar. Going once, going twice. Let's get the next person. Some kid Poklum. Some kid Poklum from Pice. I think this is Pice Art or Pace Art Company Limited. Some kid Poklum. Going once, going twice. How's the popcorn? Take the sugar one. The sugar one's better. Ooh, from my people. Ray Jesus Ilagan from Manila Bulletin. Ray, are you here? Represent. Ray is probably eating dessert still because we love our desserts. Ray, are you here? Going once, going twice? Ray, raise your hands. Nope. Okay. Okay, maybe our final one. I need your help. Chanoknan. Chanoknang tang pipatanapong. Did I say it right? Chanoknang tang pipatanapong. Oh my gosh, I think I butchered that. Is he here? No, not here. Chanoknan. If you're not here, we are going to go proceed with. Okay, so I'm just going to ask the question and first one to raise their hands. Okay, guys, we need some brain stimulation. Woo! Are we ready? What are the initials of the Property Guru Asia Real Estate Summit? Raise your hand. Oh my goodness, the answer is like right there. Okay, the first one to raise the lady, what's her name, please?
Hi, my name is Kara.
Hi, Kara. Where are you from?
I'm from China.
Huh?
I'm here from Phuket, from Bayan Group.
How about a big round of applause for the lady? And the answer is?
Aris.
Correct. That was so hard, right?
Right.
Thank you so much. Congratulations. Don't forget to claim your prize on the side of the stage. Thank you. Now, We're going to hear from our ARIS ambassador who will share his thoughts on ARIS over the years and its transformation to what it is today. Please welcome Value Management Specialist and Sustainability Advocate and Director, Quantum Analysis Private Limited, Stephen Ohm.
Thank you. From every perspective and for every stakeholder in the room, how we achieve value in the real estate sector is fundamentally important, and it's absolutely essential. And this is what we've been exploring at ARES now this is the 11th year. And I've been involved with ARES since 2020, so this is the 6th year. And ARES really has been very, very focused on the defining moments of the real estate sector, not only in Asia but globally, because we really are global, and the interest and investment, etc., in Asia is now very, very global and increasing dramatically. The topic that I want to explore is the transition into a new era. And I know that sounds like a really, really big statement, but it's really, really so true. And I'd like to take three individual aspects which are making up a tremendous transition needed to address the new era. And when I say new era, it's an era that's already started. And those three topics would be the post-pandemic world, sustainability, and artificial intelligence. The post-pandemic world, when I started chairing ARES in 2020, we were in the pandemic. It was all happening very quickly, and we realized immediately that the world was going through something unprecedented, but it would also bring about just incredible change. And it really, really has. And when you think about what we've discussed over ARES over the years and what we've been discussing today at ARES, we know that how we live, how we work, how we interact, just from a post-pandemic world, is incredibly different. And we need to think very, very differently. We need to act, and the outcomes that we strive for need to be very, very different. And we've addressed a lot of those issues, and we're continuing to discover and evolve ways in which our world has changed and how we need to adapt to that change. So that's really happening. And that's new. It's only been in the last 5, 6 years, or nearly 6 now, of course, that we've had this challenge, this opportunity to address the post-pandemic world with all the advantages that there are from doing that, and all the disadvantages if we don't rise to those challenges. So that's one aspect. The sustainability is another aspect, and throughout the years, as you can see on the slide here, we've really been addressing all of the facets of sustainability. For some people, when we talk about sustainability, they're only thinking about environmental sustainability. But sustainability goes much, much further than that, and we've been addressing that over the years. It is environmental, and all the forms of environmental, but it's also the human and the social. And we've seen more and more over the years, and including today, how the human and social elements of sustainability are really, really massive drivers for how we need to think and what we need to do. Really, really important. And then, of course, the other really important aspect of sustainability is financial sustainability. I mean, these are turbulent times. The Economist is with us every year, and we could see from this morning, just how dynamic our financial world is, and there are headwinds, and there are huge challenges, obstacles, unexpected parameters that we are having to face, and that's a really, really important part of sustainability as well. The largest store of wealth in the world is the real estate sector. It's worth $400 trillion US dollars, and some would say even higher than that. It is the largest store of wealth. 1 in 8 people in the world is directly employed by the real estate sector. It's a massive, massive industry. In terms of new construction every year and capital renewal programs, etc., it is worth something in the order of $16 trillion every year. If that was a country, it would be the 3rd biggest country in the world. And in some other measures, some would say that it's a lot bigger than 16 trillion a year. It's massive. 40% of the energy consumed globally is from the real estate sector. 40% of the carbon emissions is also from the real estate sector. And so it goes on. Materials and waste, again, 40%. It's a massive impact for the real estate sector and sustainability. It's just a massive, massive challenge. It's a huge responsibility, and it's also a great opportunity. We've been talking about sustainability for over 30 years. The last 3 years I've been involved with the United Nations at COP28, COP29 and COP30 that finished last month in Brazil. And that was COP30, so it was the 30th year. And as we saw from some of the slides this morning, renewable energy consumption, carbon emissions from energy is dropping, especially in Asia, very significantly in Asia. But that's normally been from the demand side, the renewable energy, the production of electricity, and some energy efficiency. There's a lot further that we need to do in the real estate sector for sustainability. It's really, really important. But it's a massive transition. Whilst we've been talking about that for 30 years, we need to really think about that. A lot of what we need to do is what we need to do in the future, and we need to be doing that very, very quickly and directly. And then, of course, the third factor for the new era is artificial intelligence. And as we all know, this is an incredible thing. It is transitioning how we think, how we work, how we interact. It is a massive, massive opportunity, but it's also a very, very serious challenge. When we think about the computerization of our lives and our work in the real estate sector, with email and computerized drawings and information systems, etc., we would think that it would make us a lot more efficient and productive, and it has. But has it actually brought us closer together? Has it made us more time efficient in all sorts of ways? And with social media, you could say, yes, it has made me more time efficient. And you could also say, no, it hasn't made me more time efficient because it's given me diversions. Has it made us more holistic in the way that we think? In actual fact, I would say probably not. When I've been involved with various projects all over the world, and I'll show you some of those in a minute, the thing is that it has actually become easier and easier for me to find ways to save money. It hasn't become harder over the years, it's actually become easier. Some of the technologies that we introduce doesn't necessarily make us more holistic, it does make us more siloed in our thinking and in our outcomes. And that's a really, really huge challenge. And it is definitely a new era. These are some of the projects that I've been involved in all over the world. In all of these projects, we've been able to save money, sometimes a staggering amount of money. In all of these projects, we've achieved sustainable outcomes in different ways, not only the environment, but the human and the social. I was very interested in Simon's dissection earlier when he was talking about return on investment, and then he started talking about return on experience and return on culture and return on heritage, and really looking at those different areas of how we develop things. It's really, really interesting, it's very exciting, and it's definitely a transition into a new era, and that's what RS has been preparing for, and that's what we've been discussing today. So it is very, very interesting. The last 10 years, and today being the 11th year of RS, really has been addressing the defining moments in ways that have been even more prophetic than we even realised, with the speed, because sustainability has been slow burn 30 years. The post-pandemic world has happened in 5 years, 6 years. It's a lot quicker. And of course, with artificial intelligence, it is now so incredibly fast. The new era has already started. We tended to think, especially in sustainability, we talk about 2030, 2050, etc., but we're talking about 2026. What we plan for the end of 2026 needs to be very, very different from where we are today. But our past, RS, very, very proud of what's been achieved. The team have put together a video to celebrate the last 10 years of RS. Thanks very much.
I'd like to welcome you all to the 2024 Property Guru Asia Real Estate Summit. We are celebrating the 10th anniversary. 10th anniversary of Property Guru's annual thought leadership event.
Now, over the years, ARES has been a champion for prop tech, innovation, sustainability.
There's been hundreds of speakers, literally, and thousands of people that have been engaged with Property Guru and the Asia Real Estate Summit. I mean, it really is a fantastic driver of so much in Asia and beyond.
We've looked at different ways of living, we've looked at different ways of designing, we've looked at sustainability, and we've heard from some not average speakers, the best speakers, the experts in their field. Here we are getting to be inspired for the future by the people who are thinking about the future, about a sustainable future, about a future that will make people's lives better, and a way that we will leave something on this planet that we're proud of.
It is now time to hear from our virtual speaker all the way from Singapore, the winner of Property Guru's very own reality series, Home Run Singapore Season 1, Claire Tan, award-winning rising millionaire agent and entrepreneur, better known as Lady Claire.
Hello, this is Lady Claire and I do Singapore real estate. To me, being a trusted real estate agent means that I am someone that my clients can truly rely on. Not just to close a deal, but to guide them with honesty as well as care through one of the biggest financial decisions of their lives. Honestly, earning trust isn't about one single transaction. It's really about delivering what I said I'll do, protecting my clients' interests in the meantime, and of course, building that long-term relationship founded on reliability as well as respect. So being a part of Home Run Singapore Season 1 was truly an incredible experience for me, both professionally as well as personally. It really pushed me out of my comfort zone as an extreme introvert and really challenged me to think quick on my feet under real pressure. Winning the competition was an honor, but I think my bigger win is just to be a part of the experience. So whether it be the friendships that I've made, or even the opportunity to see myself in action and then have the chance to rectify on my shortcomings. And if there's one thing that I learned from Home Run Singapore, is that your brand isn't really like a tagline, it's not a motto, it is not a logo, it's not even your Instagram feed. It's really how people feel when they think of you. It's built from every single conversation that you had with your clients, it's built on every promise that you've kept, and of course, how every client walks away feeling genuinely cared for after every transaction. For new agents, focus on authenticity. No one can ever be like you, so you just gotta find what makes you different, own that strength, and that's your brand. For experienced agents, remember, people don't just buy property, they buy trust. So stay adaptable, show up consistently both online and offline, and never stop refining how you tell your story. In our industry that's constantly evolving, your personal brand is what keeps you respected, remembered, as well as relevant. And that's all for me. Thank you for this opportunity to share. I'm Lady Claire, and I'll see you soon.
Thank you, Lady Claire. You certainly earned your victory. Now, Property Guru is proud to recognize the agent and agency achievements and to showcase the hardworking professionals who advise and support property seekers and investors on their property journey. Property Guru recently organized 2 inaugural agent and agency awards in 2 of our key markets. That's Singapore and, of course, Thailand. Let us watch the highlights from the 2025 Agent and Agency Impact Awards in Thailand.
Welcome to the first ever Agency and Agent Impact Awards Thailand 2025. So I'm very proud to be here to present some of these awards tonight and to recognize all you hard-working agents in Thailand for your achievements.
Okay, congratulations to all our award-winning agencies and agents who made an impact in their fields. Now, our ARIS community celebrates your success. We now welcome our first panel discussion for the afternoon session. Now, with consumer trends evolving and markets more welcoming, the following experts will share their insights in rethinking equity in Asian real estate. Let's welcome on stage our experts. We have our moderator, Dr. Naijia Lee, the head of Real Estate Intelligence Property Guru Group, Anton Warman, founder and CEO, Anton in Japan Media and Japandi House as real estate advisor and creator. We have Dr. Jing Yu, Deputy Chief, Bangkok Program Office, UN Habitat. And we have Maureen Novita, co-founder and president director of Miliki Ruma. And Dr. Tan T. Koon, executive counsel, Singapore Institute of Estate Agents, or SIEA, Managing Director, Corporate Affairs, Knight Frank.
Okay. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So today, everyone will be talking about rethinking equity, right, in Asian real estate markets. Now, we are not talking about how much loan we want to take, but really talking about equality, affordability, accessibility, right? Okay, so now is for the questions. Now, pardon me, I need to scroll a bit. Yes. Okay, we start with looking at consumer trends and the demand shifts in the Asian markets. And today we have this wonderful panel of, of various different experience and backgrounds. Now, Antoine, you analyze demand patterns across Japan and among foreign and younger buyers. Based on the behavioral shifts you are seeing, what consumer trends do you believe will significantly shape property demand across Asia in the coming years?
Thank you, Mr. Lee, and thank you, Property Guru, for having me here in Bangkok.
Consumer trends. I believe that I operate and live in Tokyo, Japan, and what I've seen changing for the past few years is the accessibility, not only language-wise, but also culturally. And I think a big impact is social media, and that information is more accessible than ever. Not only AI, but also how content kind of translates between cultures. And yeah, the world is getting smaller and smaller, and it's easier to access these kind of hidden deals and these cultural kind of projections that wasn't so easily to understand prior. And I think this is going to kind of accelerate, and it's going to be easier and easier to access previously hard to get information. And that's, yeah, that's a trend that I see and that I think is going to evolve even further.
Very interesting. I remember the last time we discussed about Japan market is that, you know, it's quite opaque, it's quite difficult to find information. Now, given these new norms, right, how should developers and policymakers prepare for this kind of new consumer expectations because they have more information now?
I think the market is shifting, especially like Japan as a country has a declining population, but the tourism is booming, and the amount of foreigners growing quite rapidly, which gives a lot of policy changes to the Japanese politics. That I don't really want to talk about that, but I want to talk a little bit about the consumer and the final customer is changing, and the real estate market in Japan, especially Tokyo, is very dynamic. It's very niche. And I think developers need to have, not in every case, but in certain cases, a kind of a different customer in mind. What I see around me is many foreigners, many younger Japanese people are interested in, who's previously been renting. They want to buy something, but many people like design, and people don't want to live in a cookie cutter kind of like a house with no windows, and so more design-centered accommodations. And if that could be made at a lower budget, a lower cost, I think that's something. Yeah, the final customer in mind. If a developer has the final customer in mind, I think everybody is happy in the end.
Very interesting. It means that, you know, we will have to think about how to create a personalized kind of experience. Think about experiential effect, you know, for different niches. Now, when we think about expectations, right, it also brings us back to this broader issue also of who gets access to housing and who gets left behind. And Dr. Yu, you probably have a lot of research, and you also work a lot on the initiatives. Now, affordability gaps continue to widen across Asian cities. And from your work at UN Habitat, what kind of policy tools or planning models have been most effective in ensuring the vulnerable and low-income households can still access opportunity-rich urban areas?
Thank you, Sawadee. I just come to Thailand for about half a year, and recently we got a lot of research. Our UN Habitat Thailand office has been existing for more than 10 years, and we do a lot of research in Thai, especially also in the Asia Pacific, and in Asia cities. We know that the housing increasing is out of the reach. According to our SDG report for 2025, there are, in Asia, the housing cost annually is about 35% occupied the household income. And that is more higher than the European and North America. That's equal to 25% for the household income. Further about the affordable crisis is more dangerous. For in Asia, there are about 700 million people still living in the slum or informal settlement. That's equal to the 60% world slum drawer in our Asia. This kind of the communities is short of the security tunnel and also the cannot got the slum upgrade. This kind of the communities is not for the roof for living. It's an opportunity for better life and a better future. To achieve this, our UN Habitat 2026 and 2029 strategic plan is focused on the housing, land, and basic service for all. We were working with the member states to supply the security tunnels and basic services for the all. And there are some useful tool for this kind of situation to improve. First is TOD. That means concentrating the housing, jobs, and services around with high quality public transportation. That means make invariable communities to equally accessible mobility. Just like Thai, we're working with the BMA, Bangkok Metropolitan Administration, to make the accessible, affordable community transportation. And this project is supported by the Thai and the UK PET program.
Yeah. That is actually a very interesting thought. You know, when we think about urbanization, right? Land values always go up because, you know, there's more people, everybody wants to be accessible to their jobs. So, given that, right, how can cities, administrations, right, protect those, you know, low-income communities when we see the land values appreciate very rapidly or there's a lot of redevelopment going on? What should governments take note of?
That's a good question. I think that is the most powerful tool is land value capture. That is means the portal for the public investment can get back to the affordable house, slum upgrading, community facilities. The government can use a lot of the mechanism for this, such as development fee and also the public land lease for long term. And also we use these kind of things to protect the vulnerable communities. For say in the future, the next year, Baku or UN Habitat will hold 13 World Urban Forum. The theme is housing the world safe and resilient for the city and the communities.
Thank you for sharing. Now, policies provide the foundation, right? But market system must also evolve, particularly in large youthful markets like Indonesia. Marine, I'm always very inspired by your work at Miliki Rumah. You know, Miliki Rumah supports young Indonesians navigating steep barriers to deposits and home financing. What do you see as the biggest structural obstacles preventing more equitable access to home ownership today?
Thank you, Najia. Hi, everyone. My name is Marin. I'm come from Miliki Rumah. I used to work at PropertyGuru too, together with Najia and also Mr. TK here. Together with my co-founder, we built Miliki Rumah, solving the biggest pain point in Indonesia related home ownership. So currently, right, if you talk about Indonesia, it's a big market. But now in Indonesia itself, we have 9.9 million people that's supposed to have houses that they don't have house right now. The reason is, you know, we have many reasons. One of the thing is related with the workforce in Indonesia. We have 60% workforce work under informal sector, meaning they don't have a fixed income. They don't record their, you know, expand their income into the bank account statement. So it's hard for them to apply mortgage because bank cannot see that, right, in their bank account. The other thing, we also have this buy now, pay later. I think right now the number is 15 million under buy now, pay later, and half of them is below 30 years old. And now it's a 5% non-performing loan, right? And compare with other market in Southeast Asia, we have the lowest, people that are bankable. I think the number is around 23%, right? So all of this problem, right? We need a solution to help all these consumers that currently would like to buy their dream house, but they're being rejected by the bank. Yeah, so that's pretty much Indonesia market right now.
Yeah, so I understand how your company is now trying to help all these young buyers, right? You see many financing models. So which new financing models actually show the most promise for expanding this access for first-time home buyers?
Okay, thanks, Najia. So again, right now to help this kind of consumer, right, especially for this non-fixed income, banks still work in a traditional way, which is they only want to see, okay, they would like to serve fixed income only, or they would like to see people who has, all the transaction into their bank account, right? But to deal with this non-fixed income, they cannot. So what we are trying to do here, Miliki Rumah, we built a bridge from to help all these underbanked or these unbankable people or this non-fixed income consumer who would like to buy a property. They need to follow or they need to enter into our rent-to-own program. So this rent-to-own program, right, they will build up their payment capacity through paying their monthly rental, paying their monthly equity. So all this, payment record, right, is like a proof to the bank that this consumer actually, they have the ability, they have the capacity to pay the mortgage at the end of the day. So right now we are very proud. We are partnering with local bank in Indonesia and also some foreign bank in Indonesia as our partner. After this consumer go to our rent-to-own program for 6 months or even until 12 months, if they can build their payment record, they can pay the monthly installment on time, this kind of consumer can go exit to the bank, become mortgage bank.
Very nice, very nice. Yeah. It's very interesting because nowadays we see more and more people going towards gig economy. There were more young people now doing more gigs. Now, but access alone, right, isn't enough, right? Trust in the marketplace is very important. And this is where agents play a very defining role. Now, Dr. Tan, right, as market cycles shift and consumers become more discerning, how can property agents strengthen the trust, whether through transparent pricing, ethical conduct, or more responsible communication, both offline and online?
Thanks for the question, Naija, but quite unlike you, I don't have terabytes of brain power. Mine is a borderline gigabyte, so I have to write down my responses. And I want to clarify that I speak from the context of the Singapore real estate agency profession. As market cycles shift and consumers become more discerning, trust becomes the true currency of our industry. Property agents can strengthen trust in 3 meaningful ways. The first is transparent pricing is a given. Clear, well-reasoned pricing supported by data rather than hype signals that the agent is committed to fairness, not merely the fastest transaction. Secondly, ethical conduct that stands firm even when the market is soft. In challenging cycles, the temptation to stretch the truth or over-promise can quietly creep in. But clients remember integrity far longer than any market swings. Ethical behavior, such as declaring conflicts, respecting boundaries, and prioritizing clients' interests, builds reputational capital that outlasts any cycle. The third is this: responsible communication, both offline and online. The modern consumer checks, double checks, and screens every message. Overstated claims, fear-based narratives, and sensationalist content may attract clicks, but ultimately weakens trust. Agents who communicate responsibly, grounded in facts, the right context, and respect are the ones whose voices will remain credible. So in shifting markets, trust isn't built by louder marketing. It's built by quieter discipline. Agents who prioritize transparency, uphold ethics, and communicate responsibly don't just survive cycles, they become the steady ground that clients rely on when the landscape is changing.
Thanks, that's very nice. Yeah, don't worry, I also don't have tetrabytes. It's just that I'm on 6G. No, I'm still on 5G. But maybe just to a follow-up, right? Then what must change in training or agency standards to ensure more equitable experience for buyers and sellers? You don't want, the low income to have very bad experiences, the high income have white glove treatment. How do we narrow that gap?
Yeah, I wonder why you always ask me the difficult questions. Yeah.
Because
well,
okay.
Jokes aside, to ensure more equitable experiences for both buyers and sellers, the industry needs to rethink how we train agents and how we uphold agency standards. I would suggest 3 shifts in order to make a meaningful difference. Firstly, we need to elevate training beyond just a fixed syllabus or entry syllabus. And I'm saying that we need to elevate the agent's learning to competence. And this is what I mean. Many agents know how to pass exams. And that's why in Singapore we have 37,000 of them. Once they pass the exams, they are eligible to be a salesperson, all things being equal. But what I feel they lack, and this is not a criticism of them, but more of the syllabus, is real-world mastery in valuation, negotiation, regulatory frameworks, and client advisory. And to create fairness, training must include deeper valuation literacy so that pricing advice is objective and not opportunistic. Scenario-based negotiations that teach agents to balance competing interests ethically. Strong or stronger consumer protection modules, especially around vulnerable clients and high-stakes decisions. So competence will reduce the power imbalance between experienced agents and less informed clients. Next, we need to strengthen agency standards with real accountability. Equity is impossible if enforcement is weak or inconsistent. Agencies must move towards clearer disclosure standards, especially regarding conflict of interest, auditable service processes, ensuring agents follow minimum steps for due diligence, price substantiation, and documentation, performance indicators that are tied to service quality, not just transaction volume. The third is embedding communication ethics as a core professional skill. Miscommunication, whether through overpromising, selective sharing, or online sensationalism, creates asymmetry and inequity. There is this term that we often see in agents advertise, fire sale, which I feel is an abomination on communication ethics. One could use the phrase, for example, motivated seller instead. At the heart of it, equitable experiences stem from one principle: reduce information asymmetry, and raise professional accountability.
Okay, thanks for your answer. Sorry for the difficult question. Yeah, I look you very high up. That's why.
I'm not very tall.
Okay. Now, we heard about the trends, right? Policy, assets, and trust. But let us connect all these teams, among all these different stakeholders, big and small. So maybe to Marine. In many Southeast Asian markets, we know that large developers dominate. What needs to change to give smaller developers or cooperatives a more equal playing field? What do you think?
Can you repeat the last part, Nigeria?
So generally, we see that in a lot of our markets, the size of the developer matters because they have more capital, they are able to ride through all the different risks. But what needs to change to give the smaller developers or cooperatives a more equal playing field? How can they reposition themselves based on your experience?
Okay, thanks for the question, Nigeria. So I guess if we look the market at Indonesia, right? Usually the big developer they have their own field, and then the middle up developer they also focusing on different market. Usually I should admire this middle low developer. Even they are they are not like we call it like first tier developer, but I'm not doubt in terms of they running their business the way they're so focused in providing solution. So currently in Indonesia, right, we have this. To be honest, our president Pak Prabowo, he has this 3 million ambitious houses to be built on a yearly basis. And we have developer that focusing only to, we call it like affordable houses. The target this year itself to build 350,000 houses. But this is very for only affordable houses. Yeah. Last year we managed to deliver to provide around 220,000. But this year itself, the government tried to achieve 350,000 houses for all for the affordable houses. But again, I think what we see to this middle-low developer, they are very focusing in terms of providing what the consumer in that fall into their segment. For example, like these affordable houses, they created a house. It's very cheap actually. I don't know it's a 170 million rupiah. How much is that in Sing dollar, TK? It's very, very cheap lah. Yeah, but again, I think their commitment providing a good material, a good public facility, so all these people, even this is like affordable houses, they still can enjoy it. They can enjoy it. Then they're not enjoying the house, but also they're enjoying the facility. And from the government also provided like a way for this kind of consumer to be able to pay their mortgage.
Thanks. Yeah. Then, as we think about it, right, this is on more of the developer side, but then there's also the buyer's side, right? Now, maybe this is a question to Antoine. You know that given the uncertain economic environment, buyers are likely to be, very skittish. And then you have the young property buyers, right? That coming into the world, coming into the markets. How are they going to cope? I mean, with all this uncertainty, and then you see prices could go up, could go down. Construction costs, renovation costs could go up and down.
So I think from a Japanese perspective, like I'm not Japanese, but I live and operate in Japan, in Tokyo, where property prices have been relatively stable for the past 30 years, basically. I'm originally from Sweden, where prices have been skyrocketing for a very long time. New York, London, basically any big metropolitan has been, prices have gone kind of out of hand. And I know like right now, the market of Japan is getting more accessible for even foreign investors and young people. So people are searching for other options, so since they cannot afford to buy or even rent in their own countries. So I see a higher demand not only from foreign investors, but also younger Japanese people who wants to invest in their own first house, and not only to give like a return on investment, but the investment to have a nice home, a home that you like, a home that you can be more productive in, that you can sleep well in. And from many years of traveling on my own, whenever I've had a house, a home I really liked, like it just elevated, maybe not financially, but it elevated my own lifestyle. And with that comes a lot of plus on the sides as well. Did that answer the question?
Yeah. So it's very interesting because when you think about investment, right, it's not only financial aspect, but also the emotional kind of investments into it. And I think that is very meaningful because, for developers today, right, then they will have to think about how do they make a home that is not only enticing for them, and how do they personalize it and create that part.
Adding character to a house, a home. I think that's what, adding character and making it your own, I think that's the difference between a house and a home. A home is your home where you feel at home, and a house can be any hotel room or something with a little bit less character, I believe.
Nice. So as we see that, the population become more diverse, where people want to be more authentic. We always hear the word authenticity. But at the same time, we see digital innovations going at a very fast pace. Now, Dr. Yu, how can governments utilize technology and data transparency responsibly so that digital tools, right, rather than widen this equity gap? Because on the one hand, right, we have data transparency, but we also realize that digital divide is getting wider, right? Especially low income, they don't have access to handphones or digital device. They may be out of the market. So how then can governments play a role here?
Thank you. We have witnessed that rapid achievement for the government to deliver the services for digital tools, but still have a lot of challenges about that. The most important thing is that the digital devices, there are about 2.7 billion population in the world is still facing cannot get affordable internet connection. That also that they facing about more people facing about that shortage of the digital literacy, affordable infrastructure. So especially in the emerging economic countries is facing that the public infrastructure digitally is not keep pacing with the emergency economic. And for the achieve this, UN Habitat approach, people-centered smart city approach. That means we ensure equally to access the digital infrastructure for the all. And we have some example from the Seoul, and they have the government provide a platform with digital multi-sector data with transportation, disaster responsibility, and also the basic services, and to make citizens can be participant the city planning digitally, and also participate the community program. So that means if the technical really meet the people need, that can be achieved the transparency and equally.
Thanks. Now, Dr. Tan, now we look from the agent's perspective or from an industry point of view, right? Of course, we talk about trust just now, but of course with PropTech, things may change very fast, right? So what safeguards or standards must the private sector adopt to ensure the PropTech innovation enhance transparency, consumer protection, and fairness?
Before I answer that question, I just wanted to respond to Marine. 170 million rupiah, 13,260 Sing dollars.
Okay.
Right.
So
It
it's
took a
very
while
cheap.
for me to find out how many zeros are there.
Oh, yours is on 5G also.
Anyway, coming back to your question, right?
Yes.
Innovation alone isn't the benchmark of progress. Responsible innovation is. And to achieve this, several safeguards and standards have to be adopted. And in the interest of time, I'll share two. First, data accuracy and auditability as baseline requirements. PropTech tools that automate valuations, that match buyers to listings, or analyze market trends must be held to verifiable standards. So algorithms should be auditable with documented methodologies. Data sources must be disclosed, especially when they influence pricing or investment decisions. Regular third-party validation should be mandatory to prevent systemic bias or inaccuracies. Without these guardrails, automated tools can mislead consumers instead of empowering them. The second suggestion I have is transparent digital marketing and listing standards. Online property platforms should adopt clearer rules around authentic listing information, so there's no ghosts, or in our part of the world, we call them dummy or fake listings, no recycled photos, no ambiguous pricing. Mandatory disclosure of material facts such as tenure or even land zoning, standardized description templates to reduce manipulation or selective framing. Digital exposure raises expectations, so digital standards must also rise.
Okay, thanks. I realize we have 1 minute and 30 seconds. So to close, let us look forward, okay? One sentence each. What would an inclusive, future-ready, and equitable real estate market look like in 2026, and what's the single change you most want to see? Let's start with you.
Me?
Yeah.
I think working with the community, working with everything around that's going on. I don't think you can build a Burj Arab in like a 2-story area. Like, I think you need to kind of adapt to the area where you're trying to develop and where you try to. Of course, you can add character and build something unique and cool, but I think that you need to take the environment and the community and have that in mind, whatever you build, whatever you develop.
Nice one sentence. Okay, Dr. Yu.
When we rebuild home, we rebuild hope.
Hope, nice. Marine.
Okay, for me, home is a human right? And we are talking about a home, meaning that related also with home ownership, and home ownership is a complex one, right? So let's build a solution that can help all these consumers, so they can have their dream house. Doing something like this in Indonesia Indonesia is a challenging market. So if we can do this in Indonesia, we also can do this in other market. Thanks.
Okay, less than 1 second.
For me, is one where transparent data, ethical practices, and consumer-centered technology converge, driven by an industry-wide commitment to accountability as the single most important change.
Thank you, Dr. Tan. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, all the panelists, for this very insightful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lee.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nigeria, for taking note of the time as well. You're awesome. I'll see you on the next podcast, yeah? Thank you so much to your panelists. Physical and mental wellness are crucial for our community's well-being more than ever. Thank you so much for sharing your experiences and insights. Now, let's move on. Who wants, well, okay, we have a short message first from our supporting partner before I give away something again from Aris. One of the driving forces of the World Urban Forum, UN Habitat. Please watch the video. Now, this next discussion is all about wellness, but what is wellness and how does it impact and transform our communities and cities? Let's give a warm round of applause to our panel speakers. Moderator Fiona Zhang, Deputy Managing Director, C9 Hotel Works. We have Christine Lee, Head of Asia Pacific Research, Knight Frank. Dino Sukosol, Co-owner, Director of Sukosol Hotels. We have Kevin D. W. Tai, a licensed physical therapist, model, and Mr. Global Taiwan 2023. And we have Pim of Pimcology, podcast host, Pimcology. I'm gonna reiterate the word Pimcology. That is your cue for our next game later on. So how about another big round of applause for our panelists, ladies and gentlemen?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be here with Kevin, Christine, Dino, and Pim, because everyone comes from a very different background, so we're gonna have a very fruitful discussion today. So in the morning session, actually Bill Barnett also mentioned that wellness is one of the biggest trends nowadays in real estate. So wellness is actually an overused term nowadays. And how do you even define wellness? Let's start by asking everyone, how do you define wellness? And you can also give a little intro about yourself and background. Start with you.
Okay, thanks, Fiona. Hello, everyone. My name is Kevin. I'm a physical therapist. So from our perspective, from the health perspective, wellness is not only the absence of a sickness or a disease. We're also talking about mental health. We talk about our body health. We also talk about social and also emotional health. How all these things are integrated together and how all these things reach a balance. And something very important to highlight here is that all these things are strongly influenced by the environment where we are set or our surroundings. So it's a brief definition.
Hi, my name is Christine Lee, and I'm based in Singapore, taking care of Asia Pacific research for Knight Frank. And a very interesting introduction on the wellness, definition of wellness. So in my course of work, I also do residential research and lifestyle research. So wellness is really an active pursuit of what you want to be in terms of social, in terms of spiritual, in terms of physical wellness. So basically, from what I would see from our research is that 60% of the home buyers today, they place huge emphasis on this wellness premium in the projects that they buy, or especially in branded residences where there's a strong inclination to go for the brand affinity related to wellness.
Hi, I'm Pim, and I'm a mental health specialist. I think for me, wellness is one's ability to feel balanced in mentally, emotionally, and physically. Feeling balanced meaning that you feel at ease. you don't have any mental loads, you're not feeling pain in your body, you're not feeling emotionally overwhelmed. And yeah, that's my definition of wellness.
Hi, I'm Dino from Sukuso Hotels. Like you said, wellness is the hot topic of hospitality this year, and between that and AI, I think I've heard it over 1,000 times at so many conferences now. I'm a little bit, it's kind of overused at the moment, but I guess from a hotel perspective, wellness is kind of an experience that you can have at the hotel, a multidiscipline experience, whether it be nutritional, physical, mental, that you can enjoy at a property, or that property can provide for you outside. But it is something that should be an experience that has some background to it or some story, and not just a simple activity that you do.
It's totally about experience. So we will be discussing about from a customer lens point of view. So Christine, from Asia Pacific point of view, what do you see as the biggest trend in wellness real estate?
So in Asia Pacific, you can see that there are a couple of driving forces behind this wellness. The first thing is rising affluence. So previously, wellness is really a very passive experience. If you fall sick, you go to see a doctor. But in the current world, people are actually going for preventive care. And they are very much putting the center of their own health in their own hands. So what we can see here, the trend is that they are very willing to spend on wellness. So if you look at maybe people 10 years ago, how much they are spending from their disposable income on spa, on your massage, or sometimes aesthetic medicine or alternative medicine, probably not much, right? If you're sick, you just go to see a doctor. But today, I was saying Asia Pacific, you can see this wellness growth is growing at a 10% per year kind of speed, and we are looking at the $900 billion US market by 2028. So it is very, very lucrative, especially for future developers. And secondly, if you look at demographic, we are also looking at the aging population, not just in the developed APAC. We actually see that into the emerging APAC as well. So from that perspective, people actually want to have longevity. They want to have, these IV drips, for example. I've seen people who try to look younger and younger, and they do that through exercise and also place a lot of emphasis on nutrition. So how do you put that element into your project is also very important.
I say thank you. And Dino, you talk about experiences. So in your hotels, what are you implementing right now to add in that wellness factor? And do you also see you attract more customers in the wellness world?
Yeah, I mean, I just came back from the ILTM conference in Europe, and the two questions I was asked was, what is your rate? And the second was, what wellness programs do you guys provide now? So for us, it's not even a question of if we should do it. It's just how do we do it in a way that's within our boundaries of what we can provide, because what we want to provide is provide something that is actual beneficial for the guests, and not just ticking off a box of oh, other people are doing it, so we should do it too. So for us, for an example is nutritional wellness. We do have a plant-based menu, and we have plant-based cooking class. But instead of just providing that cooking class by itself, we actually take the customers to the market, the local market, to buy the produce that they will then use in the cooking class, so that they can at least see the story behind the food and who are the people that are actually growing these produce or kind of selling these products, so that at least that is a memory that they can create and an experience that they can create. Similar to our physical wellness, we're one of the few hotels with a Muay Thai gym. And it's, instead of just teaching a Muay Thai class, we actually have a world champion Muay Thai instructor, or a past champion instructor, who actually, even before you put your gloves on or even get in the ring, he actually tells you his story of how he became that champion, and the background between, or the history behind Muay Thai. So at least it's that deeper understanding of wellness that I think has to be done well.
Thank you. And I know, Kevin and Pim, you have very different background here. From your experience, and also you can maybe even intro why does customer come to you, right? For what perspective, and what do you see as the missing linkage with real estate? Okay, yeah.
For me, from the mental health perspective with living, right? For instance, from my experience in Thailand, we have a very intergenerational demographic. So a lot of third generations are still living with second generation, first generation, and there's a lot of conflict there where there's a lack of privacy. So they're struggling to find somewhere else to live, but also they don't want to be too far away from the family because as an Asian country, we love community. So that's like the biggest thing here in terms of finding where to live, the wellness, is that we want our privacy, but we want to still be close enough to the community to feel seen, feel heard, and feel like we're a part of something. Yeah, so that's my take and my experience, I guess.
As for my experience, I work mainly with elder people, and something that is really crucial for elder people is the environment where they are set. In Taiwan, we have more than 74% of the elder people living in buildings without access to elevators, which makes it very complicated for them to have at least what we say a safe daily life. So what I would basically do is I would ask questions about environment, where this person lives, with who this person lives, if this person have easy access to elevator, if it's easy to have access to like a good lighting, or how is your floor, there's carpet, how are your furnished set in your house. So I think this is is also very strong related not only with the body health, but also how all the dimensions of wellness that I just mentioned are all integrated and how they are related to each other as well.
Yeah. Great adding on. And Christine, so adding on to what Kevin mentioned, do you see any unique features that especially added to the wellness type of product in real estate?
Yeah, the latest trends, I guess you will be also looking at how we treat ourselves, especially related to mindfulness. So you need those quiet spaces near the greenery. So that's one area that developers really focus on, in terms of landscaping. They want the blue spaces as well as green spaces. And secondly, I think it's the whole experience, because when we talk about wellness, we are not talking about wellness in silo. It's usually within the community, like what Pim just mentioned, right? Intergenerational housing. So those kind of products are also gaining traction because a lot of people, they still want to be in the community while, doing their own probably working or studying or enjoying life. So a lot of this boils down to the experience. And thirdly, I think that's also the element of luxury. Sometimes you want to have a clubhouse that has multifunctional rooms that can give you the space to entertain, the space to maybe watch a movie in a private screening setting. Or from the wellness sense, like your spa space, it can be a thermal pool, a plunge pool. And those are the features that has been featured quite strongly.
Yeah. And earlier we also discussed about how each different city or even destination like Bangkok versus Okinawa, for example, have very different positioning or recognition in terms of wellness offering. I wonder, Dino, how do you see that? Like, we are all traveling a lot here. Like, what comes into your mind as a top wellness destination?
Oh, yeah, it's a hard question. I was going to add on a point with the intergenerational, is that when they travel, they also take that with them. Because we have, 3 generations at a hotel all wanting to do different activities in wellness. And, with, so many different nationalities and different generations, how do you provide a service or an offering for them that kind of hits all 3 spots or 3 generations? I think that's super difficult. And for me, I think when it comes to a wellness destination, obviously Phuket, it's kind of they're kind of in the forefront with that also, because in terms of space, and in a resort, you're naturally already more relaxed than if you're in a city hotel. And that's why I think, for city hotels, it's a lot more difficult to provide a lot of different wellness options. So, whether it be Phuket or Samui, I think, those different cities are obviously, a bit of a step ahead already, just in terms of how they're organized in the structure.
Yeah, yeah. And Pim, what do you see in urban areas? For example, Bangkok, like what can be done in terms of community or even suburban area, anything that can be added on as wellness living?
I think a lot of green spaces. One of the biggest things is green spaces and people having the freedom to move, with this concrete jungle everywhere. For us, green spaces will be very beneficial. And I want to touch upon this a little bit in terms of lighting as well. We want people to get natural lighting all the time, because there is definitely research on it that the more sunlight you get, the more happy hormones you get. So I think that's one of the biggest things. So I know that it's hot here in Thailand or like a lot of Asia, but sunlight is still very necessary. And green spaces, it doesn't have to be big, it doesn't have to be a very big rooftop garden. It could just be little touches along the way. There's a little balcony for you to have a green space, because these green will really calm your nerves.
I think I'd just like to complement a little bit what you just mentioned. I believe that we all know that what benefits the movement brings to our body, right? It just changes our biology, right? It reduces our stress by reducing cortisol and also promotes the production of like chemicals that are related to relaxation or happiness. I'm not sure if much of you are familiar with Prompong area, BTS area, you're familiar with? So, okay. So we have a few malls there, right? We have Emporium, M Quartier, and then by the other side we have M Sphere, right? So there are two ways to reach Emporium to M Sphere, right? You either go through the sidewalk or you either go through the skywalk. If you go through the sidewalk, perhaps sometimes it's just hard to walk through the sidewalk, right? It's not shaded, so sometimes the sun is very strong, and you only have a little bit of the view of Manchester Park, right? And on the other hand, if you choose to walk through the skywalk, you have access to the view of Manchester Park. You have a shaded path. You have some green areas. There's a lot of plants throughout the skywalk. And also, according to different seasons, you have different decorations. But in order to get that, you just need to climb a few stairs more, which means if you made it become a routine for you, you automatically be relaxing yourself because you have access to all that green area, the view of the park. And at the same time, you're moving more. You're climbing a few stairs more. So I think this is a very interesting way of complementing what Pim just mentioned here.
Yeah, yeah. It's really about like how we design real estate in a style that people improve their wellness without even noticing it.
Exactly. They don't even notice. So it's easy to think that little changes in the environment, they can actually bring like very, very big benefits to our body, to our health.
So the question I want to ask Christine is that how do you see wellness features actually boosting in terms of real estate absorption rate? Does it sell?
Definitely it sells. So basically, if you have a really good product, I would say if it's human-centric, people love the experience, they don't mind paying a premium for it. So what we have seen in the market is if you have a strong brand, like for example, Banyan Tree, you have stronger customer loyalty. And in terms of your absorption or in terms of sell rate, definitely they can achieve something better than a similar product, but without that wellness element. So this is a trend that is going to be with us for the years to come, because it's a different generation and people actually value those attributes compared to just location and security. So actually going back to your earlier question, I wanted to also bring up, what different cities actually stand for. For example, in terms of wellness, where do you think is the hot spot? Thailand definitely is a very strong wellness brand in the hospitality area because we know they have established brand respiratory, basically, for body and healing. And for Singapore, even though you can say, yeah, it's a concrete jungle, but you know what? Singapore is the most livable city in Asia, or even maybe around the top 5 in the world, because basically connectivity is very important. Like what Pim mentioned, Southeast Asia cities can be very hot. So how do you get from one place to another place without even going out to the humidity, but at the same time, you still enjoy connection to nature? So your greenery, your nature spaces, they are all over, but at the same time, they're connected. And then Japan stands for a different sort of wellness hub, because you guys know that we love to go to Tokyo. In fact, Asians just love to go to Tokyo. So even without China, I think Japan will do fine. And Japan basically focuses a lot on longevity. So you can see people go to Japan for different reasons. They want to eat healthily, they go for nutrition classes, or they go to spa, they go to a resort where they can enjoy the onsen, the hot bath, and the mineral pools that are so interesting, right? All over the place, and they're surrounded by nature, especially in winter. In the snow, you can see different landscape, Japanese gardens, just bring a lot of calmness into our body.
Yeah, yeah. And Dino, how about hotels? What's the price premium you see in the industry?
Yeah, I think, well, there's a lot of investment now into wellness programs and wellness facilities in a lot of hotels, especially by the major brands. Because like you said, this is not just going to be a year or two trend. I think this is going to be in for the long haul. And I feel that it's less more of a price premium, but a benefit that they will add on. So, especially for hotels that are trying to compete with OTAs and have benefits that they want to drive through direct booking. I mean, some of these, wellness offerings could be actually added on to those direct booking benefits to, try and pull customers more away from OTAs. But I also wanted to add on, ever since the weather has been better in Bangkok, doesn't life just seem so much better? And you just want to be outside all the time. And now what we're actually finding is we don't have enough seats outdoors to provide for customers, because now everyone wants to sit outdoor for the one time of the year. And I feel that, it's just, weather and the sun and everything makes a huge difference.
Yeah, and so, Kevin and Pim can answer this. With the lifestyle we're having nowadays, I feel like everyone is so busy and always rushed. What do you see that is the new missing point that actually people need nowadays to satisfy the wellness perspective of their life?
Okay, I'm gonna start. Okay, thanks, Fiona. So yeah, nowadays we're all in rush, right? We're all having a lack of time. We're all having a lack of time for ourselves, which makes everything so difficult. Just the fact that I want to go for a 45 minutes exercise session it seems like it's just unrealistic, right? So I think in order to change this reality, right, where we don't have to just keep thinking about, oh my God, I still have to take another 40 minutes of train or bus back home, people are just not gonna think about going to gym anymore, right? So I think one important thing is promoting what I just mentioned now, is the incidental movement. It's basically, we do any kind of physical activity without having to need to have a strict discipline. So it's basically doing everything in our daily lives, our errands, just by walking. So, or if I like cycling, for example, the idea would be living in an area where we have safe cycling routes as well. And also, if people obviously they have this condition, right, choosing places where they have easy access to gym facilities in their own buildings, or places where they can also take care of their mental health, which is basically spaces with lots of green areas, or places that don't have many information to process, like not many sounds, not many colors, not many different figures. So I think this is something that it's worth highlighting here. Yeah.
We're always in a rush. I think that's the biggest thing, right? With work, with everything, and this is just based on Bangkok traffic. We're always in a rush because we can never plan. We don't know, the traffic can be 15 minutes, the traffic can be 2 hours to the exact same destination, and that causes a lot of stress. And that causes a lot of anxiety in all of us, and anxiety is basically moving all the time. For me, I think that what we can do is just try slow down, and maybe it could take 2 hours, plan for 2 hours, and that's why the biggest thing is having green spaces and places for us to lounge around or things to do to calm down. The biggest thing about all of this though, is when we're in a rush all the time, it just means that everything is happening around our spaces all the time. So in terms of real estate, there needs to be a clear distinction between community and coming home and being private and having privacy. So for instance, like, if we're in a very busy space, if we're right in the middle of Sukhumvit, we still want to come back to our apartment and not hear the honking or the ambulance running around, because that causes us stress. We're already stressed in the car, we're walking around stressed, and these things, we want to be sealed away from it.
Yeah. So I also want to talk about community. You know, how does real estate form a community? What's your perspective? And what is people's emotional needs that is in correlation with the space they are living in?
We often spend our time around our home. So whatever community you choose to live in or have a life in, that's basically your community. So for instance, Bangkok, right? If you read the Time Out article, Bangkok has just been chosen as #1 for Gen Z to live in. And the biggest reason is because there's so many districts for so many different aspects of life. You want to be artsy, here's an artsy space for you. You love music, here's downtown for you. You like fashion, you like sports. We have everything and everywhere, but the thing is, it's in different location. So our ability to feel happy is to feel seen, to feel understood. And the biggest thing is having a home where you're so close to reaching it and feeling seen, feeling understood in a 10-minute walk. Like you said, you know, if you can go to a coffee shop you love, having a journaling session, and it's just 10 minutes from your doorsteps, that's amazing. And contrastly, if you live two hours of traffic away from this one specific place you like, it'll be harder to get to some place where you feel like you belong.
Exactly. Yeah, I was just about to say that. I think it's all about you being in a place where you have the sense of belonging, where you relate to, doesn't matter if it's cultural aspects or you just relate to the community that is already living there, right? You will naturally want to be a part of this area or the city or whatsoever.
And what about the, you know, let's say in a condominium, what are the facilities that you see that can be added on in the wellness perspective?
Oh, there are actually many. I think for people that don't have many opportunities to, for example, to stop and cross through a park in order to go to their work, I think implementing green areas is very important because just the fact that we somehow have this connection with nature, it just makes us relax. We just disconnect with everything that bothers us or stresses us. I think green areas is very important. Also, areas where people can actually socialize, where they can create connections with other people, right, with other residents. I know that privacy is important, but I think we are humans. We are people that need to socialize. So common areas where you have wide tables, where people are just allowed to go there and take a coffee and relax and to say, hi neighbor, it's been a while, what's up, you know. So I think these things are very important.
Yeah, I wanted to add on that in terms of we're working from home a lot. So having a communal space where you're not really in your bedroom anymore, but you're outside, but still in your own building, and having a communal space where you can work and still access internet, that's also a really good communal space, long tables. And communal kitchen is also something I've been seeing a lot in new developments where people can still host big parties, but it's like a communal space and you can rent it out, and that's just another option for you to have a party, have social gatherings, yeah.
And Dino, what about hotels? Do you see that actually travelers also connect in a co-living way in hospitality?
Yeah, I think they do, and I think they're, you know, because a lot of people who are traveling or come to our hotels, they kind of want to escape reality. So I think for us, it's more the environment that we provide them. You know, we do have that social aspect in the hotel bar, but if they do want to just be quiet or be by themselves or, you know, have time to think, then we also have to provide that facility for them. And it's less about the actual facilities themselves, but it's more the environment where they can either feel at home or feel like they're also outside enjoying something social. And I feel that right now people are, you know, especially with the younger generation where the people are drinking less and they're socializing in different ways. You know, they're joining run clubs or they have these coffee raves in the morning, you know, those type of activities. So it's just kind of providing an environment where they can always feel comfortable and kind of escape that rush or escape that reality that they're coming here for.
Okay, and we talk a lot from the customer sense. What about from developers' point of view? How do you see that in their planning phase? How they exercise in the implementation?
I think from a developer's perspective, they always ask consultants like us, what sells? So basically, it's about a balance of cost and what you want to add on, because the wish list can be very long for wellness, yes. But you can't be adding, you know, every single bit into your condominium project. So you really have to look at your end users. Just now when I was listening through the conversation, I think one aspect that condominiums usually appeal is to the expat community, which we did not touch on, because for expat community, especially if you are newly arrived in a different city and you really want to find that connection, and that's through your group, your social events, your group fitness events, for example, to get to know more people, to know more friends. So from the developer's perspective, they can actually think that, okay, so if my condominium is really targeting at the expat community, I have to cater more social spaces like social kitchen, barbecue pit, for this kind of wellness, social kind of thing to appeal to my end users. But if it's for local, maybe privacy, green spaces are more important. And one trend that we have also realized that the younger generation, they are not into nightlives in comparison to the older generation. So for them, it's pretty much exercising together. So you must have those cycling facilities to allow them to cycle to work and come back, and shower facilities, for instance. Those are very important amenities to appeal to the younger crowd.
Yeah, and from your perspective, how does wellness actually generate long-term value as a retain of the real estate value overall?
Yeah, just I was talking about the brand loyalty. I think it also creates that stickiness for certain products. So, for instance, your buyers, if they like your products, they may choose to follow you throughout the journey. If you are probably in different parts of, say, the developed markets, they will follow you. And that's also this, you know, apart from stickiness, there is also this brand awareness. So maybe the parent generation, they have walked through, you know, with the developer or grew up with the developer, and then their kids love the same product. They may continue to choose you. And all this has to go through a journey. So the developers have to evolve with, you know, the multi-generational living and the different kind of wellness into their products, yeah.
Okay, thank you. We have 3 minutes left, so I would like to end with asking everyone, in your opinion, how do you see wellness going forward in the next 5 years? Just in your own field, what is the trend? Yeah.
So obviously we always listen to this word wellness, right? So I believe that wellness is not only a trend. A lot of places are already adapting themselves in order to receive this future where wellness is already well established. So, but hopefully we expect wellness to not only be a trend, but something that can be actually a routine for everyone.
I think wellness is basically taking control of your own health and well-being. So in terms of the awareness of the younger generation, I would say climate change is something on top of their mind, and they're also very much looking into better indoor quality, air quality, and also better access to maybe non-toxic materials. So they look at their renovations that fit out also from the wellness angle.
For me, I think wellness as a whole, it's very big already, but I think the trend we're going to see is that each pillars of wellness that we talked about today will be niching down a lot. So physical, we have all the sports, all exercising, mental health is coming, emotional health is coming, and then we'll see food and nutrition and spirituality as well. So all these different types of wellness will be niching down and making distinct categories from each other, and I think we'll see a clearer vision of what each wellness will look like.
Definitely more specialized.
Yeah, more specialized.
Yeah, actually, from the hotel perspective, it's kind of similar to there, where I think, now because it's such a growing topic that a lot of hotels will kind of dip their fingers into all the different pillars, but I think within 5 years, there will be certain brands that specialize in specific ones, or, specific physical wellness or nutritional wellness, and then in 5 years, those niches will actually be related to key or specific brands. Like an example is now Hyatt is now a brand partner with High Rocks, something like that. So now Hyatt is now seen as more, physical wellness related or something like that. Yeah.
Definitely. Thank you so much, everyone. Yeah, thank you for sharing, and hope all the audience can live a healthier life. Okay, thank you.
Huge thanks to our panelists, and you made wellness sound so exciting and not intimidating. And that's exactly what the community needs. High five. Okay, congratulations, guys. Do I hear another Aris pop quiz? Ding, ding, ding. Yeah. Okay, so we are giving away a Xiaomi Watch S3 in black. Had to be a particular color because black goes with everything. Okay, I'm going to draw two names. If they're both not here, I'm just going to call out someone in the audience. Raise your hand if you know the answer. I gave away the clue earlier. Is Noor Adila Adib here? Noor? Ah, hi. Yeah? Okay. What is the name of the podcast hosted by one of our expert panelists, Miss Pim? I said it 3 times. Girl. Girl. How many chances do I give her? Just give a guess.
What's the name of the panelist?
The podcast that one of our panelists hosts. His name is Pim. It rhymes with psychology. Oh.
Pim Psychology?
No. Okay, I can't be the one to decide. Should we give it away to another person?
Pimpology?
Anybody from
Pimpology?
Property Guru?
Is the answer Pimpology?
Alan? Yeah? We give it away? Okay, congratulations. Okay. Please claim your prize at the side of the Aris stage. Now, our final panel discussion, which is up next, will tackle how we all can think and work together on future-proofing our cities and thrive within our communities as we deal with natural disasters, climate action, digital inclusion, information transparency, and resilient cities in the era of digital economies. Let's welcome our panel of expert speakers. We have our moderator, Sumitra Suryan, Chief Marketing and Commercial Officer, Headland Phuket, and advisor to the Phuket Hotels Association. We have Ambassador Chantal Wong, former U.S. Executive Director to the Asian Development Bank. We have Cindy Tan Harabata, President Tahara Leisure and Hospitality Group. We have CF Do, Green and Resilient Building Program Lead in Vietnam and Thailand, International Finance Corporation IFC, World Bank. And Sanjay Popley, co-founder and group CEO, CryptoMind.
All right. Hello, everybody. A very warm welcome to today's session. It is my absolute privilege and also honor to be here today moderating this particular subject with our expert panelists here today. We've got, Ambassador Wong, we've got Cindy, and we've got Diep, and also Sanjay, all coming from very different organizations and also different backgrounds. So sharing their perspective and also insights to how we're going to build a resilient, not only resilient cities, but also islands where some of us are from in the era of digital economies. So as we all know, cities and islands are currently at the front line of change and constant change. They are where the digital economies take root, where communities must adapt quickly to shift to realities. So resilience today is not just about physical infrastructure. It's not how we come together with use of technology, but also looking at sustainability, inclusion to create cities that can withstand shocks and also thrive in times of uncertainty with recent current affairs in different cities, particularly, there's floodings in south of Thailand, we've got the fire in Hong Kong, and many others as well. So let's look at how we can be more disaster resilient and also, look at risk mitigation as well as part of the urban planning and also constructions and compliance. And we will theme it around real estate. Let's dive into it. So Ambassador Wong, we'll start with you. And so let's look at government's policy and development finance and also compliance. Your expertise coming from your former time with the ADB as the executive director, I think this will come very helpful with your insights as to how it can impact real estate projects when it comes to, beyond compliance.
Well, thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. It's so good to be here in Thailand, here in Bangkok, especially beautiful weather, very nice. I was expecting, heat wave, but apparently not. So let me just maybe talk about a little bit about the elephant in the room a little bit. One of the biggest and most often really unspoken risks in building climate resilient cities is really corruption. We see it very much in construction and permitting processes. Even the best resilient policies fail if building standards are undermined by shortcuts taken to save money or accelerate approvals. You mentioned the floods here in Thailand, but certainly we saw it. I'm spending a lot more time in the Philippines these days. Repeated floods have been really worsened by building construction and on waterways and waterways through irregular permits. Particularly, drainage systems are sometimes blocked and underbuilt because infrastructure contracts were awarded without proper oversight. And you mentioned the Hong Kong fires, the Taipo industrial area, but the fires exposed weaknesses really in building inspection and code enforcement where inspection are inconsistent and circumvented. It created really a lot of vulnerabilities amongst those that really makes it. What the question is, what can be done in terms of governance paired with reforms in development finance, and that's where I think in institutions like development finance, like the ADB or the IFC, can come in to help validate, verify milestones before they're being paid. So conditional financing on transparent procurement processes, third-party monitoring systems, supporting. And we're talking about digital economies here, supporting digital permitting, building codes, for example, enforcement, and certainly e-permitting. In some cities, we're now seeing e-permitting reduce discretionary decision-making and increase traceability. And finally, sort of requiring climate risk disclosures and independent audits where resilient features are mandated and must be verified before being paid. So ultimately, that's what builds resistance, right? Trust, transparency, accountability, all that will attract actually more investments into this sector.
Thank you very much. That's a really concise insight into how we can risk mitigate some of the construction and also building compliance, which leads me to the next question to Dip as well from IFC. So how do you think some of the tools that IFC's Building Resilience Index Edge could help some of the developers embed resilience into their project when it comes to real estate?
Right. Hi. So I'm Zip. I come from the IFC, the International Finance Corporations, and so as the name suggests, right, we lend to projects, and we have a very ambitious goal to finance green and resilience. Right. We cannot just finance to make a rich man richer. We finance projects that have impacts to the society and to the environment. But let's say, imagine we have the green taxonomy of Thailand this year, added the building sector. So more and more you would see K-Bank, Bangkok Bank would pop up these questions. We have this program that we finance green hotel. Do you build a green hotel, right? So then your questions in mind is, what do you define as green? Secondly, how do I do green? And then thirdly, where do I get support to build green, right? So to be able to fit into the category of green finance that maybe your bank could actually suggest. So what do we do as the IFC, as the biggest financial institutions on earth, is we create tools that help banks and real estate developers and hotel owners have the same standard for green and climate resilience. Actually, I want to go back on the definitions of this, right? Why doing green is resilience? Basically, you would save energy, you save water. Think about you building a hotel in Phuket where there is a shortage of clean water. You want your business to become more resilient, you need to build green. Yeah? There's also the other side of the coin, which is climate adaptations. There will be more flood. There will be more storm. You build your hotel mostly along the coastline. How do you actually mitigate those risks? That will happen more and more increasingly in the future, right? So those are the resilience that I'm talking about. And that is what we as IFC is directing the whole finance sector to financing projects that is to actually do better. However, builders in this market, in all emerging markets, not just Thailand, not just Vietnam, not just the Philippines, lack the data to build more resilience and more green. We might not actually lack the technology, but we lack the data. Data on, let's say, the earthquake that happened, right? That Bangkok has been impacted too. we never really imagined we will have those earthquakes. That is actually in the scenario of 300 years, but it happened. Is our code protecting us? It does, but on only the structured side of the buildings, not the non-structured side. In layman terms, that would mean your building is intact, but maybe your gypsum board or some of the chandelier might fall on you. Would you survive then? Might not, right? So you see this lacking in the code. And so we have to have a tool that's technical enough to direct developers into financing in those lacking aspects. At the same time, quantify it, both in terms of how much it will cost you, how much you save out of it, so you can inform the bankers. Because bankers only speak in numbers. Come to them and say, oh, this is very good, it's very green. It's like, how green, how good? Quantify it for me. Because they talk in terms of how many tons of CO2 have you saved? How intact, right? How much loss have you reduced? Will your insurance company will still stay with you after the earthquake? Those are the questions that the bankers will question you, right? That is why the IFC, which is also a bank, it has to have our hands in here. We create tools that is free, that is accessible online for everybody. One is called the Edge tool, excellent in design for great efficiencies. These talk about resilience in terms of energy saving, water saving. The other one is called the Building Resilience Index. These address different climate risk that might happen to you in terms of typhoon, flooding, earthquake, and so on, extreme heat and everything, right? The tool will help you to understand what exactly you have to do for your building. It also helps you to get an estimate of how much that would cost. You then bring that report to K-Bank and ask, I want to build my hotel green. This is how much more it will cost. What do you have for me? Then the finance calculation for you is very clear, right? And then K-Bank will say, I don't have anybody to verify that you are green, but that is also what we have done. We create a whole ecosystem, so there will be SGS, Sintali, GBCI, and those very competent in the technical world to verify whether you have reached that level of green or not. Yeah. So that's how we build a whole ecosystem around it and help developers to build green. My apologies, my answer has been long. But
No,
I'm
they're
trying
very
to
helpful answers. And I think, Cindy, you've got a question.
I'm sorry, I'm not the moderator, but I'm just curious about what she said earlier.
Yeah, please do.
Okay, so the thing is, I mean, I see it in the Philippines where a lot of the bigger companies actually adapt the green finance and also, but how do you now connect with the SMEs? Because 90% of the hotel owners are SMEs.
Yep.
Do they have access to your technology? And at the same time, the other part is that how do you communicate to a small boutique owner of say 30 rooms, and how do they adapt those measures?
It's even more important for SMEs to build green. Because if you are an SME hotel owners, you will understand. Just 1 or 2 rooms that will just, they will just leave their ACs on all the time might really affect your bottom lines, right? Mm-hmm. And this is why we have to cut the chase. For bigger projects, they have the financial capacity to hire a very good engineer to come in and have a whole assessment. And it will tell you exactly, you do this and you will save this. The assessment alone might cost up to 100,000 USD. SME will not be able to afford that. Yeah, and that is why we create this tool that is free. It will not be top of the line, but it's free and it's accessible for SME and everybody can use it. How much have we spent on this? We have been sleeping on this for close to 20 years. With millions of dollars that has been so kindly contributed to us by our donors. So we have this free tool, okay? Don't trust it. It has scientific, backups. We spend years and we spend, millions actually. It costs us just $3 million a year to maintain the Edge apps online right, just to maintain it and to maintain the IT of it. So this is how we help SME. This is exactly what we want to help actually, because as a development financial institutions, we want to help the small to jump up, right? Yeah.
Would you also suggest that this should be prior building, like as part of the planning from the very beginning, I think to make it sustainable and resilient as well, having these tools being considered and also making sure that you build something that is resilient in the future.
I mean, rule of thumb is that if you plan green from the beginning, it always costs you less than actually retrofitting green.
Yeah.
But you still have the chance to retrofit. Ascot has done that. So what Ascot has done is that they group their need of green retrofitting into a bond. They call it green bond because they will retrofit up to green standard. They then sell that bond to us, IFC, who also buy in to make sure that Ascot will retrofit their hotel green. You see, you benefit in multiple angles on this, right?
Yeah, fantastic. That's really good to know as well. I think information like this, especially you said it's been around for 20 years and it's free. So it's definitely something that we all should get our hands on. And that will benefit everybody and the community as well. And so the next question, I'm going to move on to Sanjay. So from CryptoMind. So when it comes to finance and also lots of property transactions that take place in real estate world, who are moving online, so how do we build trust and transparency in the digital real estate marketplaces when it comes to digital economies?
So I think we have 3 pillars here from the Web3 perspective. And so first of all, I would say the tokenization of real-world asset is one of them. And secondly is the financial inclusion and transparency of governance. So let me break it down point by point. So for example, in the real estate today, right, there are problems on access to funding in some part for some SME, right? So I think Thailand have one of the clear example here, right? So we have this license to operate by the Thai SCC called ICO portal. So where you are allowed to tokenize, I would say like a tokenized REIT, for example. There are a few projects that came out of that. One is RealX by one of the established real estate company. Second one is Siri Hub by Stan Siri is one of the other company, right, that did this already. So the way they did this is basically set out SPV and everybody, the retail or any folks would have the access to have the ownership to the property, right? So I think that is one way of securing the funding in the future, right? So these are more like a pilot project in the initial phase, I would say, but further down, developing down the line, right? I think even like tokenized carbon credit bond, for example, right? Like why do they have to sell to like the World Bank or IDB or ADB, right? I mean, there are folks with retail folk who are investor, right? They should have access or be allowed access to all these tokenized carbon credit as well. What that allows in turn is that it allows firstly more liquidity, right? And secondly more trading nature of it. So basically you can buy and sell at the same time. People can come speculate. If not speculate, they can actually invest if they believe in carbon credit and they see the price makes sense, right? And it always will create an equilibrium of the pricing as well. So how do you know if this carbon credit is worth how much, right? So I think that is where the future is moving for tokenization in a way, right? So first of all, we'll have all these real-world assets being put on chain, right? So whether they are hotel, condominium, real estate company, commercial property, right? So this is still a very early phase at this moment in time. And we have like countless of projects spun up in this way, right? And secondly, I think the point on financial inclusion, right? So right now, I think a lot of people are still underbanked in the Southeast Asia region. And with cryptocurrency or digital asset, right, it allows like kind of inclusion of financial asset on all, so no matter where you're from, right? So imagine you are a worker in Laos like 20 years ago. How would you get access to the US dollar as a saving? So with crypto or digital asset nowadays, you can just open an account, you can just buy like, swap your exchange currency into a USDT or USDC, save it as and earn on T-bill, which US is like producing 3 to 4% a year. So basically that actually allow people from country with, I would say, prone to a financial disaster, right? So whether it's like hyperinflation, what happened in Zimbabwe, now you're seeing in Argentina, Venezuela or whatnot, right? Your currency gets so much debasement, whether it's political issue, like what's happening in Myanmar right now, for example, right? On the other hand. So allow people to have access to all these other currency or all these other assets without having to leave their country. So I think that's a very, very important point. Yeah.
And I guess you would take that as it's quite a stable and also, I guess, trust platform, as well as, what do you think of the transparency of that?
So I think in the digital asset space, right, the transparency comes with that everything can be on-chain. So what it means by being on-chain is that you can see, right, where is the movement going to, and then where did it end up, and what volume is coming in or out of these current assets as well. And all the whole money flow, you can see it clearly without having to rely on any particular party. So it's free for all to see and just check and interact. I think that's the key on that part, right? So that's where we go to the next part about the transparency part, where in Resilient City, like I think there's current example, for example, a pilot project by Balaji. So if you guys don't know who Balaji is, so he's one of the guy in the crypto space, did many investment, one of the big VC there. So he started this thing called Network State. So basically the Network State is where they get this property area in Johor, in Malaysia, where they have all the development there, and then you might have seen a documentary that is like deserted, right? So basically they got the economic zone there going, and Network State is kind of an experiment where they bring Web3 founder, AI founder at one place and try to create like a new kind of city out there. So what it allows that if you want to like, let's say change the water meter, have some vote, it'll be all on chain and all with the 100% on that region. So it's a very experimental phase right now, but the longer term vision is that in the network state is that we are not in a one country anymore. We are all living in digital state. So if you have, let's say you live in this city, you have some voting right, everything can be on chain and everything can be democratized. So let's say that if you need something to vote right now, right? So like you have to call up the whole council when it's on chain, right? Like they can verify that you actually belong and living in this city, and you can make the appropriate vote as you see fit, I think.
Yeah, it is. And also, I guess risk, when it comes to risk mitigation as well, it's actually, yeah, very good. Wow.
Sorry, I went a bit over there. Yeah.
No, it's very good. It's also, I guess, not so very new concept, but I think a lot of people are also coming to understanding that as well. So thank you for sharing that. And going to our next panelist, so Cindy. So Cindy, as part of hospitality projects and often, in urban growth areas, so where do you see hotels and mixed-use developments lead in terms of resilience planning?
Well, I see that most in the urban areas. I mean, in the end, a lot of our cities are also based on built environment. So a lot of the buildings are also aging. So resilience is actually quite important. So similar to what Diep also said earlier, is that there are retrofits that's happening now. So a lot of what we do for other customers or some of our clients are retrofitting hotels, rebranding, renovation, and just keeping into times on what the market demands are. But a lot of the business, because we're also in the Philippines and Indonesia, for instance, it's an archipelago, and a lot of Asia-Pacific countries rely on coastal communities, and a lot of the developments also here in Thailand are in the resort settings. So big companies, because they see the impact of resilient building, starting from design and planning, actually do a little better. my concern is really, if you want to create real impact, is SMEs. That's why I always emphasize that to boutique players. So no matter how big your businesses grow, and we're all in growth, let's not forget about the SMEs, and we have to donate time to make sure that they're also inclusive in all this growth that's happening. I'm a big advocate when it comes to preservation also, especially historical buildings. And in fact, you know, I learn a lot from, in a lot of my trips, it's always the UNESCO sites I look at, because it's a, you know, it's something that says that history that needs to be preserving and how we're supposed to adapt now in urban change. So I know you talk to the financial people, you talk to capitalists, investment bankers, they're all about growth and trying to scale. But what about now, I'm not saying these scale, but just look at what we actually have in our communities also, because it's so important that we go back to the people who originally puts it together, you know, architects. We always connect with people who also built those buildings before, because a lot of the improvements also is the restoration part. So it's not like you just tear down a building and put something new just because you feel it can no longer serve, you know, I mean, your capital raise or the returns for investment. So in an earlier discussion also, there's such a thing as not only return on investment, but return on community, return on people, return on basically your neighborhood. Because in the end, in the new generation, part of the experience is community, how you connect with not only nature, but the people who live in that area.
Thank you very much. Yeah, community do play a big part of it, and also, you know, raising the awareness when it comes to preservation and also sustainability. So it is definitely important. So next, I'd like to ask Ambassador Wong a question about models that we could adapt when it comes to, you know, public-private partnership, and what could help, you know, what kind of models that you see that could help fund climate-resilient housing and also infrastructure?
Actually, it goes back to the community as well. You know, public-private partnerships will work if for sustainability and resilience only if communities are part of that process, right? And that is what we think about. It's when we do public-private partnerships is safeguards. And safeguards speak to both, you know, making sure they don't build on waterways, or making sure that we don't disrupt current uses, multi-uses that the communities already have on them. Because once we do disrupt them, it actually causes even more disasters that could happen around that. And so I go back to the verification part, you know, where private-public partnerships need to have performance-based verifications around it. And then around risk mitigation. So blended finance, whether it's with IFC, with ADB, with the public sector, with the private sector, it actually is better when we bring the blended finance, when we bring these issues. Sometimes when we talk to governments and private sector, their concerns a lot about it costs too much to do all of these mitigations and performance verifications and whatnot. But guess what? It's for the longer term benefit of the projects when we do have these safeguards that come along. So we are, you know, because we are co-owners of all of this, that IFC and ADB and that all the DFIs require open contracting, beneficial ownership, disclosures, community monitoring. All of those are all very much aspects of public-private partnerships that are, you know, good for development.
Thank you very much. I'll move to Dip as well. So you talked about the practical steps in terms of integrating, you know, these tools into green building standards. So what are the lessons from your experience in, you know, leading Vietnam and Thailand that can guide some of these fast-growing cities?
So the tool is very much tested on, right? Practical step one that you can do is try it. Yeah, try it on your business, try it on your own home. Because actually, you spend times with your home, right? You probably are all rich and have houses in Bangkok metropolitan area. You want to build your homes green and also resilient so that the next earthquake will not harm you. We have tools for that. Try it on with your own homes, and then you see what would be the cost, what would be the kind of gaps that maybe I have to bridge, right? And then if you're business owners, next would be go to your bank, your partner bank, and say, I know that Thailand has a green taxonomy, I know Vietnam has a green taxonomy, I know the whole ASEAN has a green taxonomy, I want to build green, what do you have for me? Because you know banks have KPIs for green. Don't let them go with just having your projects green and then they go and report it. This is their medal and you basically pay for that, right? So approach them with that. And also advertising, ADB and IFC, we're very much keen on investing in these areas of the world as well. So we're here and we have blended finance. Blended finance means that there will be another investor that come in, mix their finance with us to lower the interest rate. Yeah, we also finance into banks. This is how we can also finance mortgage, right? And if you just search, Standard Chartered has green mortgage, green housing mortgage. UOB has it as well. Uri banks, all these guys have green mortgage, right? And look into their requirements. They would say probably like either you build it LEED or EDGE or some certifications. And our certification normally costs less, but depends. You might want LEED because it's bring more brand name. Right? Do this, exercise. And sometimes you just have to actually demand your own architecture firms or engineering firms. Don't get them to be lazy and just bring you with a standard proposal. Tell them, I want to build green. Yeah? And then also, if you want advice from IFC, we do a lot of advice for companies on how to actually package their green policies into something that will help them raise funds. Like Ascot with their green bond. That's exactly how they use it. Green bond sells better than normal bond. Yeah. So there's a lot of opportunities from there. If you want expertise on how to actually help you package that, you know that there's lots of advisory projects from ADB or IFC that provide you with these advice for free. For free, okay? We probably demand a little bit more than ADB. ADB just they don't do it for free. But for IFC, we do it, and then we ask that if you kindly choose to get loan from us before you get loan from others, that will be a plus. But we cannot mandate that. So basically, if you find a cheaper guys on the market and you go with them, we cannot do anything. See, so there's loads of things that you can is there to support you. Just try it. Just stop before you pay. Okay, stop before you pay. If you want additional advice, just come to me.
There you go. Free consultation, everybody.
Exactly.
It will save you lots of money.
Now? I would probably say to you, no. Get back and let me revise your plan first. If we are 99% sure that we're going to get the certification, we're going to pay for the registrations. If you're not sure at all, don't pay for anything.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Those are very important lessons too. If there's a key takeaway today, so there you go. That's we're here to save you money and time, and also save the world. And so we're just running a little bit out of time. So I just want to ask each of our panelists today. So what does, so if we can summarize from today's session. So what does resilience mean to you in terms of, so what does, in one sentence, Ambassador Wong?
That's very hard. I guess what I said earlier about resilience is planning with trust and accountability and monitoring for longer term, right? That's what resilience is, long-term planning that will have all of the safeguards that are important to keep it going.
Thank you. And Cindy?
I think in a world of perma crisis now, there are things that we've never experienced, say, I'd say like 50 years ago, but now it's like every 10 years, a lot of the catastrophe comes back. It's important on how we also bounce back. I think resilience is bouncing back from any calamity as well. So we need to prepare ourselves. So I agree with Ambassador that long-term planning is quite critical.
Thank you. And Deep?
Well, resilience obviously means that you're the last one standing.
There you go, short and sweet.
All others, done for. But you have to be prepared and be strategic so that you will be the last one standing.
There you go, the last survivor. Sanjay?
For me, it means building a strong foundation for future usage. Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for to all our panelists today, and thank you for having us.
Thank you so much, dear panelists. Very educational, and it really makes us think twice about our future. Now, back to our Aris Pop Quiz. We're giving away a Samsung Galaxy A17 mobile phone. Okay. Thank you, our beautiful panelists. Is Tan Du In here from Iskandar Investment? Tan Du In? Tan Du In, going once, going twice. I'm only going to call out 2 people from the fishbowl. And then Thanaporn from from PI Securities. Your last name is a bit hard to pronounce. Thanaporn, I will try. Chantaros. Okay, never mind. Thanaporn from PI Securities, are you here? Okay, I need a volunteer. Please come near the stage if you know the answer. What is the dominant, okay, this is gonna require brain power once again. What is the dominant color of our photo backdrop in the foyer outside? Hello, beautiful lady.
Red color.
Red, yay, congratulations. Please claim your prize on the side of the stage. Red is a color of passion. Again, please claim your prize on the side of the Aris stage. Now, if you're not following our social media pages just yet, you're missing out on our social updates. Check out our official pages on X, Facebook, LinkedIn, and Instagram. And don't forget to tag us and use the hashtags. You kids, you should know this by now. Come on. The first one is Guru Summit. Second one is Inspire Innovators, okay? Once again, that's hashtag Guru Summit. And the next one is? Very good, very good. Okay, so earlier they woke us up, and I think they're ready to wake us up again. Almost ready, that is. And maybe this is my time also to, Louis, what do you think? Not sing, but I was just gonna say, if you all find that I did a good job today as your host, kindly give me a follow on my social media accounts. My name is The Tina Ryan on Instagram, and on Facebook I'm there as well as Tina Ryan. It's just a privilege for me to be hosting this summit for the last 6 years. So again, Property Guru, thank you so much for having me. Okay, Louis, thank you, thank you. I'm joking, Louis. You know how I rode the pole last year? I believe they're ready. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back on stage for another tub-thumping performance, Mixed Percussion. Mixed percussions, everyone. Yeah. I was going to ask the guy if I could just borrow the drumsticks and try it, but they're in a hurry, and so are we. Okay, so, Louis, maybe we can just do it on the side after the summit is done. For our closing keynote of ARIS 2025, we're honored to welcome on stage a two-time Olympic gold medalist. Okay, in an exclusive chat with content creator Clark Kelman. Okay, here we go. You guys need help with the drums? You get. I got guns. I'm joking. Okay. So here we go. Tennis is her name, but Taekwondo is her game. And both I have never tried in my life. Please welcome two-time Olympic champion, Kun Panipak, tennis, Wong Patanakit.
Hello. Okay, so Kun Tennis, your journey began in a humble hometown. What first led you into Taekwondo, and how have them experiences shaped who you are as a person today?
Hello everyone. Now I want to speak Thai. I'm so sorry, and Kun Clark translate for me in English. Sorry, very sorry.
I'll try.
จุดเริ่มต้นของหนูนะคะก็คือเริ่มเล่นกีฬาจากครอบครัวนักกีฬาค่ะเป็น Family มีพี่สาวชื่อโบลิ่งค่ะพี่ชายชื่อเบสบอลแล้วก็ตัวหนูชื่อเทนนิสค่ะก็เป็นคนที่มีรูปร่างผอมแห้งแล้วก็กินอะไรก็แพ้ไปหมดค่ะจนต้องมาเล่นกีฬาจากการเล่นกีฬาก็เปลี่ยนชีวิตมากๆค่ะไปแข่งที่จังหวัดภูเก็ตค่ะไม่ได้อยากไปแข่งเลยกลัวที่จะเจ็บตัวมากๆแต่สิ่งที่ทำให้ต้องไปแข่งเพราะว่าอยากไปเที่ยวที่จังหวัดภูเก็ตค่ะก็เลยได้ลงแข่งขันในวันนั้นและมันเป็นจุดเปลี่ยนสำคัญที่มีวันนี้มากๆเพราะการพ่ายแพ้ในวันนั้นทำให้หนูอยากจะกลับไปชนะคู่ต่อสู้เขาให้ได้ค่ะ
So Kun Tennis here was saying that she started Taekwondo from a very young age. Kun Tennis had two siblings, one called baseball, one called bowling. Unfortunately, none of those ended up in those professions. Kun Tennis was in obviously the Taekwondo. So yes, thank you. Kun Tennis, throughout your career you faced injuries, pressures, setbacks. What helped push you through those moments, those difficult moments? And what lessons can we all learn from resilience?
สิ่งที่ไปถึงเป้าหมายก็เพราะว่ามีเป้าหมายมีโกที่ชัดเจนค่ะก็อยากจะคว้าเหรียญทองโอลิมปิกค่ะก็เลยทำให้เรารู้สึกเหนื่อยหรือว่าเจ็บกดดันเมื่อไหร่ก็จะทำให้ต้องรีบลุกขึ้นเพราะว่าเป้าหมายรอเราอยู่ค่ะอยากคว้าเหรียญทองสิ่งหนึ่งที่ต้องทำทุกวันก็คือตั้งใจฝึกซ้อมแล้วก็ทำมันให้ดีที่สุดค่ะแม้มันจะเกิดอาการบาดเจ็บการพ่ายแพ้แต่การที่เราร้องไห้เสียใจมันก็ไม่ได้ช่วยอะไรค่ะก็เลยทำให้ต้องรีบลุกขึ้นแล้วก็รีบซ้อมต่อเพื่อที่จะกลับไปยังเป้าหมายที่ฝันไว้ค่ะ
So resilience doesn't always mean being strong. It means being able to push through. So every time you have a pressure, you have a setback, always being able to look forward to the end goal. And that should be able to motivate you to push through your current injuries, pressure, setback. So yeah, being able to push through is the goal. So you've mentioned the importance of community gyms and coaches in your upbringing. How do local gyms youth clubs and training centers help young people discover confidence?
ค่ะก็ในบทบาทหลังจากที่มาเปิดยิมเทควันโดค่ะก็ได้แชมป์โอลิมปิกแล้วสิ่งที่อยากจะส่งต่อให้เด็กๆก็คงเป็นพื้นที่ปลอดภัยก่อนเลยค่ะการมาซ้อมที่ยิมเราอยากจะเป็นคนที่พุชเขาบอกเขาว่าเขาทำได้เราเชื่อมั่นในตัวเขาค่ะแล้วก็ยิมนั้นไม่ได้สอนแค่ทักษะการกีฬาแต่เรายังต้องปลูกฝังเรื่องของระเบียบวินัยความมุ่งมั่นความเคารพซึ่งกันและกันค่ะซึ่งสิ่งนี้หนูคิดว่ามันสำคัญต่อการเป็นนักกีฬาที่ดีแล้วก็เก่งในอนาคตมากๆค่ะก็ช่วยให้เขาเดินไปข้างหน้าเดินไปยังเป้าหมายให้ได้ตรงที่สุดค่ะก็บอกเด็กๆว่าเราทำได้ไม่ใช่แค่คุณครูที่ทำได้แค่คนเดียวค่ะ
So the gym is a safe space for everyone. It's a place for young people, well, and everyone to be able to find what they're good at, to discover a goal that they want to look to achieve. Contentus is now in a position to be able to give back and is willing to help the younger generation to find dreams. Many communities still lack access to safe places for exercise. From your experience, how can we better support local gyms and grassroots sports programs for younger people?
จริงๆพื้นที่ออกกำลังกายค่ะไม่ได้หมายถึงยิมเทควันโดหรือว่าสถานที่ออกกำลังกายที่ใหญ่ๆกว้างๆแต่มันหมายถึงแค่เป็นพื้นที่สีเขียวหรือว่าสวนสาธารณะที่อยู่ข้างบ้านเราก็ได้ค่ะสิ่งเหล่านั้นมันสามารถทำให้เด็กเยาวชนแล้วก็คนทุกคนสามารถเข้าถึงการออกกำลังกายได้ง่ายมากๆค่ะแค่ไปเดินไปวิ่งไปพูดคุยกันไปเจอกันเราก็รู้สึกว่ามันมีความสุขได้คลายเครียดค่ะไม่ใช่แบบอยู่แต่ในบ้านค่ะสิ่งนี้ก็ถือว่าเป็นการสร้างสังคมแล้วก็ชุมชนที่แบบดูมีความสุขขึ้นนอกจากการที่จะไปยิมอย่างเดียวค่ะอันนี้ก็อยากให้ประเทศไทยมีสถานที่ที่สามารถออกกำลังกายแล้วก็เข้าถึงได้ง่ายขึ้นค่ะ
So they're split into three main parts, being able to provide basic equipment to gyms or create opportunities for younger people to get into the gym and also reducing barriers to access which many face in being able to access sports facilities such as gyms and other forms of sport. So parks and green spaces are increasingly important, especially I noticed that here in Bangkok, many parks around for physical and mental well-being, I know it from myself. From an athlete's perspective, how do green areas help build stronger, more resilient communities?
จากมุมมองนักกีฬาค่ะก็แน่นอนว่าก็พื้นที่สีเขียวก็ยังเป็นสิ่งที่เราทุกคนใฝ่หาค่ะไม่ได้อยากจะไปแบบฟิตเนสอย่างเดียวแล้วก็อยากให้มีพื้นที่สีเขียวเข้ามาพัฒนาในประเทศไทยหรือว่าทั่วโลกค่ะสร้างชุมชนให้แข็งแรงขึ้นค่ะแล้วก็การที่จะประสบความสำเร็จมันก็ไม่ได้มาจากคนคนเดียวมันมาจากการร่วมมือจากทุกคนค่ะถ้าสิ่งนี้ทำได้ทุกอย่างมันก็น่าจะดีขึ้นค่ะ
Yeah, so green spaces, parks in everywhere across the world are the most accessible places for pretty much everyone to exercise, walking, running, whatever you like to do. So green spaces are a vital part for all of us living to exercise. So contenders, preparing for the Olympics takes years of discipline and long-term planning. How do you see these principles reflected in designing sustainable and inclusive environments for future generations?
ก็การเตรียมตัวไปโอลิมปิกมันไม่ได้เตรียมภายในระยะเวลาปี2 ปีค่ะแต่ว่ามันวางแผนแล้วก็ถูกเตรียมมาหลายปีหรือว่ารวมไปถึงทั้งชีวิตเลยก็ได้ค่ะเพราะว่าความฝันก็อยากไปโอลิมปิกค่ะการที่จะไปโอลิมปิกมันต้องผ่านการฝึกซ้อมที่หนักการกินอาหารที่ดีนอนพักให้พอค่ะก็ไม่ได้สำเร็จได้แค่ตัวหนูคนเดียวค่ะหนูมีทีมที่ดีหนูมีนักจิตวิทยานักโภชนาการที่ดีที่คอยมาช่วยให้หนูได้ไปถึงเป้าหมายได้ง่ายขึ้นแล้วก็ แรงใจจากคนไทยที่คอยส่งกำลังใจมาเชียร์อันนี้มันก็ทำให้เราไปถึงเป้าหมายได้เร็วขึ้นค่ะก็ขอบคุณทุกๆคนที่ทำให้มีวันนี้แล้วก็สภาพแวดล้อมทุกอย่างก็ส่งผลให้เราพัฒนาได้เร็วจริงๆค่ะ
So training for an Olympics takes many years and a lot of discipline. Contender says that we need strong foundations set from a young age to be able to help people like Contender get to where she has today. So after becoming a two-time Olympic champion, you entered the world of business. What inspired you to build your own gym and how has your athlete's journey influenced your approach and how has your gym impacted the community?
ค่ะก็เข้ามาเปิดยิมเทควันโดค่ะที่กรุงเทพก็เพราะว่ารู้สึกว่าสิ่งนี้เป็นสิ่งที่ทำได้ดีที่สุดเก่งที่สุดแล้วก็ถนัดที่สุดค่ะก็มาเปิดยิมค่ะตอนที่เป็นนักกีฬามันก็โฟกัสเกี่ยวกับการแข่งขันว่าเราต้องทำให้ดีที่สุดพยายามคว้าเหรียญทองให้ได้มากที่สุดค่ะแต่พอมาเป็นนักธุรกิจมาเปิดยิมหนูก็รู้สึกว่ามันมีความท้าทายที่มากขึ้นค่ะไม่ว่าจะเป็นผลตอบรับหรือค่าเช่าที่เราต้องจ่ายมันต้องมีความคิดที่ซับซ้อนมากขึ้นค่ะแต่สิ่งที่หนูทำทุกวันนี้ก็เป็นเพราะมันเป็นสิ่งที่หนูรักแล้วก็มีความสุขที่จะทำค่ะอยากส่งต่อประสบการณ์ความรู้ความสามารถที่มีทั้งหมดให้กับเยาวชนไทยหรือคนที่สนใจในกีฬาเทควันโดค่ะก็ปลูกฝังวินัยแล้วก็ความมุ่งมั่นให้เขาทำให้ได้เราเชื่อมั่นในตัวเด็กๆทุกคนว่าเขาทำได้เพราะว่าเขาแค่ต้องการคนที่เชื่อในตัวเขาแล้วก็เราไปกระตุ้นเขาหนูคิดว่าเด็กไทยก็มีโอกาสไปได้ไกลเหมือนหนูค่ะ
So after winning 2 gold medals, Contender has opened her own gym. This is great and it welcomes kids in order to, if they dream of performing in Taekwondo, it allows them to join the gym and create a safe space for children to learn Taekwondo. And lastly, as we close the ARES 2025, what message would you like to share with leaders and innovators about fighting for our future and building communities where people can truly thrive?
ค่ะก่อนอื่นก็อยากจะบอกว่าการที่ประสบความสำเร็จได้เหรียญทองก็ไม่ได้ทำคนเดียวค่ะมีหลายๆองค์ประกอบค่ะก็ขอบคุณโค้ชขอบคุณนักจิตวิทยานักโภชนาการรวมถึงทุกภาคส่วนที่ประสบความสำเร็จค่ะก็เหมือนกับสังคมที่เรากำลังทำอยู่ตอนนี้ค่ะก็คิดว่าต้องรับการช่วยเหลือจากทุกๆฝ่ายทุกๆคนเหมือนกันต้องร่วมมือช่วยกันจนทำให้ประสบความสำเร็จเหมือนกับการแข่งขันกีฬาค่ะก็ขอบคุณทุกคนที่ทำเต็มที่ในทุกๆหน้าที่ของตัวเองค่ะก็เป็นกำลังใจให้กับทุกๆหน้าที่นะคะก็ขอให้ทำให้เต็มที่แล้วก็โชคดีแล้วก็รวยค่ะ
So for the English speakers, Contender is saying that fighting for our future, it's all about being collective and as a team. So working together, no individual sports person is made on their own. They're always made with a team, with coaches, with managers, with mentors. So it's all about creating a safe space for children and as well as everyone to be part of a team, even though you may be on your own. So yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kun Tennis, for your you're inspiring us with your personal story and triumphs. Clark, thank you so much for the lovely chat as well. Okay, everyone, thank you so much for joining us here on ARES. Before we conclude our amazing summit, let's hear once again from the GM of Awards and Events at Property Group Guru, Mr. Jules K.
Great. Actually, I can do the walk around. Okay. So thank you, everybody. Those of you that still have a full room, that's amazing. So, yeah, I mean, what a day. What a diverse range of topics. Some incredibly interesting insights from different speakers from around not only Asia, but around the world. And to hear them talking about facing challenges as a team, about how collaboration is the source of strength, which from Kuntenis, which we just heard now. If you have a challenge, you can face it together. I've learned a few interesting new things today. I didn't know that there was such a thing as a mental health concierge. That's amazing. I could do with one of those. That's fantastic. I've learned that you can fight for your green rights. If you want finance to support you, you need to just demand the finance supports you when you want to build green. We've learned people talking about how the world around us might be changing, but if we think about it, we plan and we work together, we can prepare for the natural challenges ahead. And we've had a bit of positive news about economies right at the beginning of the session, where they said that the Asian inflation is behaving itself. And that's a nice phrase, it's behaving itself. So we do have a lot to look forward to in 2026. I want to say a huge thank you to all the speakers today. Amazing insights, great contributions, excellent engagement. And to all of you for joining us, for coming to this 11th edition of the Asia Real Estate Summit. Thank you very much. And we will see you again next year. So thanks very much.
Jules, please kindly stay with me on stage. So there's Asian inflation, because the only thing I've heard of is a British invasion. Now there's an Asian inflation. Okay, let's stay in the middle, because we have a final pick for our Aris Pop Quiz.
What's the prize?
We got some, just an Apple AirPods Max.
Oh, Apple AirPods.
Yeah.
I lost mine.
You did. They're quite expensive, you guys. Someone's just really itching for his name to get picked.
I'm not looking.
We're going to pick one from the bowl if it's not here.
You better be in the room.
Oh, Nico Boysen from CBS Group, South Africa, HLB.
South Africa.
Nico, are you here?
Yeah.
Ah, okay, Nico, I hope you get this right.
I'm gonna try
Please come near the stage.
utmost best. Make it an easy one, please.
It is. Where is the question? What? What is the theme of Aris 2025?
Trusted marketplaces, thriving communities.
Correct! Well done, well done.
Congratulations!
Come claim your prize.
Come on down.
All the way from South
Africa. Represent. Congratulations. How long was the flight?
18 hours.
Just 18 hours. Congratulations. Then he's going to use that on his flight back for another 18 hours. That should be enjoyable. Congratulations. Thank you, Jules. And that concludes our annual Thought Leadership Summit. Thank you, everyone, again for participating in this year's Property Guru Asia Real Estate Summit, the 11th edition. Huge thanks to all our expert speakers, sponsors, partners, delegates, guests, viewers from the live stream, performers, Aris crew, and friends from the media. Okay, the Property Guru Week continues as we celebrate the region's finest real estate at the 20th Annual Property Guru Asia Property Awards Grand Final, happening tomorrow here at this very same ballroom at the Athene Hotel in Bangkok, the home of Asia Property Awards, to celebrate the best in Asia. Thank you all once again. This has been Tina Ryan. We'll see you again next year for Aris 2026.